remainder of his property to this orphan niece. The metal soon attracted the magnet. The lady and her wealthy purse became his. She offered to manipulate her slaves, telling them that her marriage might make unexpected changes in their destiny, and she wished to ensure their happiness. They refused to take their freedom, seeing that she had always been their best friend, and they could not be so happy and anywhere as with her. I was not surprised. I had often seen them in their comfortable home and thought that the whole town did not contain a happier family. They had never felt slavery, and when it was too late, they were convinced of its reality. When the new master claimed his family as his property, the father became furious and went to his mistress for protection. "I can do nothing for you now," Harry said. I no longer have the power I had a week ago. I have succeeded in obtaining the freedom of your wife, but I cannot obtain it for your children. The unhappy father swore that nobody should take his children from him. He concealed them in the woods for some days, but they were discovered and taken. The father was put in jail, and the two older sons sold to Georgia. One little girl, too young to be of service to her master, was left with the wretched mother. The other three were carried to their master's plantation. The eldest son became a mother. And when the slaveholder's wife looked at the babe, she wept bitterly. She knew that her own husband had violated the purity she had so carefully inculcated. She had a second child by her master, and then she sold her and her offspring to his brother. She brought two children to the brother and was sold again. The next sister went crazy. The life she was compelled to lead drove her mad. The third one became the mother of 5 daughters. Before the birth of the fourth, the proud mistress died. To the last, she rendered every kindness to the slaves that her unfortunate circumstances permitted. She passed away peacefully, glad to close her eyes on a life which had been made so wretched by the man she loved. This man squandered the fortune he had received and sought to retrieve his affairs by a second marriage, but having retired after a night of drunken debauch, he was found dead in the morning. He was called a good master, for he fed and clothed his slaves better than most masters, and the lash was not heard on his plantation so frequently as on many others. Had it not been for slavery, he would have been a better man, and his wife a happier woman. No pen can give an adequate description of the all-pervading corruption produced by slavery. The slave girl is reared in an atmosphere of licentiousness and fear. The lash and the foul talk of her master and his sons are her teachers. When she is 14 or 15, her owner or his sons or the overseer, or perhaps all of them, begin to bribe her with presents. If this fails to accomplish their purpose, she is whipped or starved into submission to their whim. She may have had religious principles inculcated by some pious mother or grandmother or some good mistress. She may have a lover whose good opinion and peace of mind are dear to her heart, or the profligate men who have power over her may be exceedingly odious to her. But resistance is hopeless. The poor one shall prove her contents vain. Life's little day shall pass, and she is gone. The slaveholder's sons are, of course, vitiated, even white boys, by the unclean influences everywhere around them. Nor do the master's daughter always escape. Severe retributions sometimes come upon him for the wrongs he does to the daughters of the slaves. The white daughters early hear their parents quarreling about some female slave. Their curiosity is excited, and they soon learn the cause. They are attended by the young slave girls whom their father has corrupted, and they hear such talk as should never meet youthful ears or any other ears. They know that the woman slaves are subject to their father's authority in all things, and in some cases they exercise the same authority over the men slaves. I have myself seen the master of such a household whose head was bowed down in shame, for it was known in the neighborhood that his daughter had selected one of the meanest slaves on his plantation to be the father of his first grandchild. She did not make her advances to her equals, not even to her father's more intelligent servant. She selected the most brutalized, over whom her authority could be exercised with less fear of exposure. Her father, half frantic with rage, sought to revenge himself on the offending black man, but his daughter, foreseeing the storm that would arise, had given him free papers and sent him out of the state. In such cases, the infant is slaughtered or sent where it is never seen, by whom know its issue. But if the white parent is the father instead of the mother, the offspring are unblushingly reared for the market. If they are girls, I have indicated plainly enough what will be their inevitable destiny. You may believe what I say, for I write only that whereof I know. I was 21 years in that cage of obscene birds. I can testify from my own experience and observation that slavery is a cause to the whites as well as to the blacks. It makes white fathers cruel and sensual, the sons violent and licentious. It contaminates the daughter and makes the wife wretched. And as for the colored race, it needs an ampler pen than mine to describe the extremity of their sufferings, the depth of their degradation. Yet true slaveholders seem to be aware of the widespread moral ruin occasioned by this wicked system. Their talk is of blighted cotton crops, not of the blight on their children's soul. If you want to be fully convinced of the abominations of slavery, go on a southern plantation and call yourself a Negro trader. Then there will be no concealment, and you will see and hear things that will seem to you impossible among human beings with immortal sounds. A perilous passage in the slave girl's life. After my lover went away, Dr. Flint contrived a new plan. He seemed to have an idea that my fear of my mistress was his greatest obstacle. In the blandest tones, he told me that he was going to build a small house for me in a secluded place 4 miles away from the town. I shuddered, but I was constrained to listen while he talked of his intention to give me a home of my own and to make a lady of me. Hitherto, I had escaped my dreaded fate by being in the midst of people. My grandmother had already had high words with my master about me. She had told him pretty plainly what she thought of his character, and there was considerable gossip in the neighborhood about our affairs, to which the open-mouthed jealousy of Mrs. Flint contributed not a little. When my master said he was going to build a house for me and that he could do it with little trouble and expense, I was in hopes something would happen to frustrate his scheme. But I soon heard that the house was actually begun. I vowed before my maker that I would never enter it.
I had rather toil on the plantation from dawn till dark. I had rather live and die in jail than drug on. From day to day, through such a living date, I was determined that the master, whom I so hated and loathed, who was blighted in the prospect of my youth, and made me my life a desert, should not, after my long struggle with him, succeed at last in trampling his victim under his feet. I will do anything, everything, for the sake of defeating him. What could I do? I thought and thought, till I became desperate and made a plunge into the abyss. And now, reader, I come to a period in my unhappy life, which I will gladly forget if I could. The remembrance fills me with sorrow and shame. It pains me to tell you of it, but I have promised to tell you the truth, and I will do it honestly. Let it cost me what it may. I will not try to screen myself behind the plea of compulsion from a master, for it was not so. Neither can I plead ignorance or thoughtlessness. For years, my master had done his utmost to pollute my mind with false images and to destroy the pure principles inculcated by my grandmother and the good mistress of my childhood. The influences of slavery had had the same effect on me that they had on other young girls. They had made me prematurely knowing concerning the evil ways of the world. I knew what I did, and I did it deliberately calculation. But, oh, ye happy woman, whose purity has been sheltered from childhood, who has been free to choose the object of your affection, whose forms are protected by law. Do not judge the poor, desolate slave girl through slavery. If slavery had been abolished, I also could have married the man of my choice. I could have had a home filled by the laws, and I should have been spared the painful task of confessing what I am now about to relate. But all my prospects had been blighted by slavery. I wanted to keep myself pure, and under the most adverse circumstances, I tried hard to preserve my self-respect. But I was struggling alone in the powerful grasp of the demon slavery, and the monster proved too strong for me. I felt as if I was forsaken by God and man, as if all my efforts must be frustrated, and I became reckless in my despair. I had told you that Dr. Flint's precautions and his wife's jealousy had given rise to some gossip in the neighborhood. Among others, it chanced that a white unmarried gentleman had obtained some knowledge of the circumstances in which I was placed. He knew my grandmother and often spoke to me in the streets. He became interested for me and asked questions about my master, which I answered in part. He expressed a great deal of sympathy, and I wished to aid me. He constantly sought opportunities to see me and wrote to me frequently. I was a poor slave girl, only 15 years old. So much attention from a superior person was, of course, flattering, for human nature is the same in all. I also felt grateful for his sympathy and encouraged by his kind words. It seemed to me a great thing to have such a friend. By degrees, a more tender feeling crept into my heart. He was an educated and eloquent gentleman, too eloquent. Alas, for the poor slave girl who trusted in him. Of course, I was whiter all this was tending. I knew the impassable gulf between us, but to be an object of interest to a man who is not married and who is not her master is agreeable to the pride and feelings of a slave. If her miserable situation has left her any pride or sentiment, it seems less degrading to give oneself than to submit to compulsion. There is something akin to freedom in having a lover who has no control over you, except that which he gains by kindness and attachment. A master may treat you as rudely as pleases, and you dare not speak. Moreover, the wrong does not seem so great with an unmarried man as with one who has a wife to be made unhappy. There may be sophistry in all this, but the condition of slave confuses all principles of morality and, in fact, renders the practice of them impossible. I found that my master had actually begun to build the lonely cottage. Other feelings mixed with those I have described, revenge and calculations of interest, were added to flattered vanity and sincere gratitude for kindness. I knew nothing will enrich Dr. Flint so much as to know that I favored my another. And it was something to triumph over my tyrants, even in that small way. I thought he would revenge himself by selling me, and I was sure my friend Mr. Sands would buy me. He was a man of more generosity and feeling than my master, and I thought my freedom could be easily obtained from him. The crisis of my faith now came so near that I was desperate. I shuddered to think of being the mother of children that should be owned by my own tyrants. I knew that as soon as a new fancy took him, owned by his victims were so far off to get rid of them, especially if they had children. I have seen several women sold with babies at the breast. He never allowed his offspring by slaves to remain long in sight of himself and his wife. Of a man who was not my master, I could ask to have my children well supported, and in this case, I felt confident and I should obtain the boon. I also felt quite sure that they will be made free. With all these thoughts revolving in my mind and seeing no other way of escaping the doom I so much dreaded, I made a headlong plunge. Pity me and pardon me, O virtuous reader. You never knew what it is to be a slave, to be entirely unprotected by law of custom, to have the laws reduce you to the condition of a chattel, entirely subject to the will of another. You never exhausted your ingenuity in avoiding the snares and eluding the power of hated tyrants. You never shuddered at the sound of his footsteps and trembled within hearing of his voice. I know I did wrong. No one can feel it more sensibly than I do. The painful and humiliating memory will haunt me to my dying day. Still, in looking back calmly on the events of my life, I feel that slave woman ought not to be judged by the same standards as others. The months passed on. I had many unhappy hours. I secretly mourned over the sorrows I was bringing on my grandmother, who had so tried to shield me from harm. I knew that I was the greatest comfort of her old age, and that it was a source of pride to her that I had not degraded myself. Like most of the slaves, I wanted to confess to her that I was no longer worthy of her love, but I could not utter to the dreaded words. As for Dr. Flint, I had a feeling of satisfaction and triumph in the thought of telling him. From time to time, he told me of his intended arrangements, and I was silent. At last, he came and told me the cottage was completed and ordered me to go to it. I told him I will never enter it. He said, I have had enough of such talk as that. You shall go, if you carry it by force, and you shall remain there. I replied, I will never go there. In a few months, I shall be a mother. He stood and looked at me in deep amazement and left the house without a word. I thought I should be happy in my triumph over him, but now that the truth was out and my relatives will hear of it, I felt wretched. Humble as were their circumstances, they had pride in my good character. Now, how could I look at them in the face? My self-respect was gone. I had resolved that I will be virtuous, though I was a slave. I had said, let the storm beat, I'll brave it till I die. And now how humiliated I felt. I went to my grandmother. My lips moved to make confession, but the words stuck in my throat. I sat down in the shade of a tree at her door and began to sew. I think she saw something unusual was the matter with me. The mother of slaves is very watchful. She knows there is no security for her children, After they have entered their state, he lives in daily expectation of trouble. This led to many questions. If the girl is of a sensitive nature, timidity keeps her from answering truthfully, and this well-meant cause has a tendency to drive her from maternal counsels. Presently, in came my mistress, like a mad woman, and accused me concerning her husband. My grandmother, whose suspicions had been previously awakened, believed what she said. She explained, "Oh, Linda, has it come to this? I'd rather see you dead than to see you as you now are. You are a disgrace to your dead mother." She took from my fingers my mother's maiden ring and her silver thimble. "Go away," she exclaimed, "and never come to my house again." Her reproaches felt so hot and heavy that they left me no chance to answer. Bitter tears, such as the eyes never shed but once, were my only answer. I rose from my seat, but fell back again, sobbing. She did not speak to me, but the tears were running down her broad cheeks, and they scorched me with like fire. She had always been so kind to me, so kind. How I longed to throw myself at her feet and tell her all the truth, but she had ordered me to go and never to come there again. After a few minutes, I mustered strength and started to obey her. With what feelings did I now close that little gate, which I used to open with such an eager hand in my childhood? It closed upon me with a sound I never heard before. Where could I go? I was afraid to return to my masters. I walked on recklessly, not caring where I went or what will become of me. When I had gone 4 hours or 5 miles, fatigue compelled me to stop. I sat down on the stump of an old tree. The stars were shining through the box above me. How they mocked me with their bright, calm lights. The hours passed by, and as I sat there alone, a chillness and deadly sickness came over me. I sank on the ground. My mind was full of horrid thoughts. I prayed to die, but the prayer was not answered. At last, with great effort, I roused myself. I walked from distance further to the house of a woman who had been a friend of my mother. When I told her why I was there, she spoke soothingly to me, but I could not be comforted. I thought I could bear my shame if I could only be reconciled by my grandmother. I longed to open my heart to her. I thought if she could know the real state of the case and all I had been bearing for years, she will perhaps judge me less harshly. My friend advised me to send for her. I did so, but days of agonizing suspense passed before she came. Had she utterly forsaken me? No, she came at last. I knelt before her and told her the things that had poisoned my life, how long I had been persecuted, that I saw no way of escape, and in an hourly of extremity, I became desperate. She listened in silence. I told her I would bear anything and do anything, if in time I had hopes of obtaining her forgiveness. I begged her to pity me for my dead mother's sake, and she did pity me. She did not say, "I forgive you," but she looked at me lovingly with her eyes full of tears. She laid her old hand gently on my head and murmured, "Poor child, poor child." The new tie to life. I returned to my grandmother's house. She had an interview with Mr. Sands. She asked him why we could not have let her one ewe lamb, whether there were not plenty of slaves who did not care about character. He made no answer, but he spoke kind and encouraging words. He promised to carry for my child and to buy me, be the conditions that what they might be. I had not seen Dr. Flint for 5 days. I have never seen him since I met the avowal to him. He talked of the disgrace I had brought on myself, how I had sinned against my master and mortified my old grandmother. He intimated that if I had accepted his proposals, he as a physician could have saved me from exposure. He even condensed to pity me. Could he have offered one word more bitter? He whose precautions has been the cause of my sin. Linda, said he, though you have been criminal towards me, I feel for you, and I can pardon you if you obey my wishes. Tell me whether the fellow you wanted to marry is the father of your child. If you deceive me, you shall feel the fires of hell. I did not feel as proud as I had done. My strongest weapon with him was gone. I was lowered in my own estimation and had resolved to bear his abuse in silence. But when he spoke contemptuously of the lover who had always treated me honorably, when I remembered that but for him I might have been a virtuous, free and happy wife, I lost my patience. I have sinned against God and myself, I replied, but not against you. He clenched his teeth and muttered, curse you. He came towards me with ill-suppressed rage and exclaimed, You obstinate girl, I could grind your bones to powder. You have thrown yourself away on some worthless rascal. You are weak-minded, and you have been easily persuaded by some who don't care a soul for you. The future will settle accounts between us. You are blinded now, but hereafter you will be convinced that your master was your best friend. My lenity towards you is a proof of it. I might have punished you in many ways. I might have whipped till you fell dead under the lash. But I wanted you to live. I will have battered your condition. Others cannot do it. You are my slave, your mistress, disgusted by your conduct, forbids you to return to the house. Therefore, I leave you here for the present, but I shall see you often. I will call tomorrow. He came with frowning brows that showed a dissatisfied state of mind. After asking about my health, he inquired whether my boat was paid and who visited me. He then went on to say that he had neglected his duty, that as a physician, there were certain things that he ought to have explained to me. Then followed talks such as would have made the most shameless blush. He ordered me to stand up before him. I obeyed. I command you, said he, to tell me whether the father of your child is white or black. I hesitated. Answer me this instant, he exclaimed. I did answer. He sprang upon me like a wolf and grabbed my arms as if he would have broken it. Do you love him? Said he, in a hissing tone. I am thankful that I do not despise him, I replied. He raised his hand to strike me, but if it fell again, I don't know what arrested the blow. He sat down, with lips tightly compressed. At last he spoke. I came here, said he, to make you a friendly proposition. By your ingratitude chefs and beyond endurance, you turn aside all my good intentions towards you. I don't know what it is that keeps me from killing you. Again he rose, as if he had a mind to strike me. But he resumed, on one condition I will forgive your insolence and crime. You must henceforth have no communication of any kind with the father of your child. You must not ask anything from him or receive anything from him. I will take care of you and your child. You had better promise that this at once and not wait till you are deserted by him. This is the last act of mercy I shall show towards you. I said something about being unwilling to have my child supported by a man who had caused it on me also. He rejoined that a woman who had sunk to my level had no right to expect anything else. He asked for the last time, will I accept his kindness? I answered that I will not. Very well, said he, then take the consequences of your wayward course. Never look at me for help. You are my slave and shall always be my slave. I will never tell you that you may depend upon. Hope died away in my heart as he closed the door after him. I had calculated that in his rage he will send me to slave trader, and I knew the father of my child was on the watch to buy me. About this time, my uncle Plip was expected to return from a voyage. The day before his departure, I had officiated as bridesmaid to a young friend. My heart was then ill at ease, but my smiling contents did not betray it. Only a year had passed, but what fearful changes it had wrought. My heart had grown grey in misery. Leaves that flash in sunshine and leaves that are born in tears receive their hue from circumstances. None of us know what a year may bring forth. I felt no joy when they told me my uncle had came. He wanted to see me, though he knew what had happened. I shrank from him at first, but at last consented that he should come to my room. He received me as he always had done. Oh, how my heart smote me when I felt his taste on my burning cheeks. The words of my grandmother came to my mind. Perhaps your mother and your father are taken from the evil days to come. My disappointed heart could not praise God that it was so. But why thought I, did my relatives ever cherish hope for me? But was there to save me from the usual fate of slave girl? Many more beautiful and more intelligent than I had experienced a similar fate. A far worse one. How could they hope that I should escape? My uncle's stay was short, and I was not sorry for it. I was too ill in mind and body to enjoy my friends as I had done. For some weeks, I was unable to leave my bed. I could not have any doctor but my master, and I will not have him sent for. At last, alarmed by my increasing illness, they sent for him. I was very weak and nervous, and as soon as he entered the room, I began to scream. They told him my state was very critical. He had no wish to hasten me out of the world, and he withdrew. When my baby was born, they said it was premature. It weighed only 4 pounds, but God let it live. I heard the doctor say I could not survive till morning. I had often prayed for death, but now I did not want to die, unless my child could die too. Many weeks passed before I was able to leave my bed. I was a mere wreck of my former self. A year day was sickly, a day when I was free from streaks and fever. My baby also was sickly. His little limbs were often racked with pain. Dr. Flint continued his visit to look after my health, and he did not fail to remind me that my child was an addition to his stock of slaves. I felt too feeble to dispute with him and listen to his remarks in silence. His visits were less frequent, but his busy spirit could not meet the medium of frequent notes and messages to me. William was a bright lad and of such use to the doctor. He had learned to put up medicines, to lead, cup and bleed. He had taught himself to read and spell. I was proud of my brother, and the old doctor suspected as much. One day, when I had not seen him for several weeks, I heard his steps approaching the door. I dreaded the encounter
and hid myself. He inquired for me, of course, but I was nowhere to be found. He went to his office and dispatched William with a note. The color mounted to my brother's face when he gave it to me. And he said, "Don't you hate me, Linda, for bringing you these things?" I told him I could not blame him. He was a slave and obliged to obey his master's will. The note ordered me to come to his office. I went. He demanded me to know where I was when he called. I told him I was at home. He flew into a passion and said he knew better. Then he launched out upon his usual things, my crimes against him and my ingratitude for his forbearance. The laws were laid down to me. I knew, and I was dismissed. I felt humiliated that my brother should stand by and listen to such language as will be addressed only to a slave. Poor boy, he was powerless to defend me, but I saw the tears which he finally strove to keep back. The manifestation of feeling irritated the doctor. William could do nothing to please him. One morning, he did not arrive at the office so early as usual, and that circumstance afforded his master an opportunity to vent his spleen. He was put in jail. The next day, my brother sent a trader to the doctor with a request to be sold. His master was greatly incensed at what he called his insolence. He said he had put him there to reflect upon his bad conduct, and he certainly was not given any evidence of repentance. For 2 days, he harassed himself to find somebody to do his office work, but everything went wrong without William. He was released and ordered to take his old stand with many threats if he was not careful about his future behavior. As the months passed on, my boy improved in health. When he was a year old, they called him beautiful. The little friend was taking deep root in my existence. Though its clinging fondness excited a mixture of love and pain. When I was most sorely oppressed, I found solace in his smile. I loved to watch his infant slumbers, but always there was a dark cloud over my enjoyment. I could never forget that he was a slave. Sometimes I wish that he might die in infancy. God tried me. My darling became very ill. The bright eyes grew dull, and the little feet and hands were so icy cold that I thought death had already touched them. I had prayed for his death, but never so earnestly as I now prayed for his life, and my prayers was heard. Alas, that mockery is for a slave mother to try to pray back for her dying child to life. Death is better than slavery. It was a sad thought that I had no name to give my child. His father praised him and treated him kindly whenever he had a chance to see him. He was not unwilling that he should bear his name, but he had no legal claim to it. And if I had bestowed it upon him, my master would have regarded it as a new crime, a new piece of insolence, and would perhaps revenge it on the boy. Oh, the serpent of slavery has many and poisonous fangs. Fear of insurrection. Not far from this time, Nat Turner's insurrection broke out, and the news flew out our town into great commotion. Strange that they should be alarmed when their slaves were so contented and happy, but so it was. It was always the custom to have a muster every year. On that occasion, every white man shouldered his musket. The citizens and the so-called country gentlemen wore military uniforms. The poor whites took their places in the rank in everyday dress, some without shoes, some without hats. This grand occasion had already passed, And when the slaves were told there was to be another muster, they were surprised and rejoiced. Poor creatures, they thought it was going to be a holiday. I was informed of the true state of affairs and imparted it to a few cultures. Most gladly will I have proclaimed it every slave, but I dare not. All could not be relied on. Mighty is the power of the torturing lash. By sunrise, people were pouring in from every quarter within 20 miles of the town. I knew the houses were to be searched, and I expected it will be done by country bullies and the poor white. I knew nothing annoyed them so much as to see colored people living in comfort and respectability. So I made arrangements for them with special care. I arranged everything in my grandmother's house as neatly as possible. I put white quilts on the beds and decorated some of the rooms with flowers. When all was arranged, I sat at the window to watch. Far as my eye could reach, it rested on a motley crowd of soldiers. Drums and pipes were discoursing martial music. The men were divided into companies of 16, each headed by a captain. Orders were given, and the white scouts rushed in every direction, wherever a colored face was to be found. It was a grand opportunity for the low whites, who had no Negroes of their own to scourge. They exulted in such a chance to exercise a little brief authority and show their subserviency to the slaveholders, not reflecting that the power which trampled on the colored people also kept themselves in poverty, ignorance, and moral degradation. Those who never witnessed such things can hardly believe what I know was inflicted at this time on innocent men, women, and children, against whom there was not the slightest ground for suspicion. Colored people and slaves who lived in remote parts of the town suffered in a special manner. In some cases, the searchers scattered powder and shot among their clothes and then sent other parties to find them and bring them forward as proof that they were plotting insurrection. Everywhere men, women, and children were whipped till the blood stood in puddles at their feet. Some received 500 lashes, others were tied hands and feet, and tortured with a bucking paddle, which blistered the skin terribly. The dwellings of the colored people, unless they happened to be protected by some influential white person who was nigh at hand, were robbed of clothing and everything else the marauders thought worth carrying away. All day long, these unfeeling wretches went round like a troop of demons, terrifying and tormenting the helpless. At night, they formed themselves into patrol bands and went whither they chose among the colored people, acting out their brutal will. Many women among the colored people would hid themselves in woods and swamps to keep out of their way. If any of the husbands of father thought of this outrage, they were tied up to the public whipping post and cruelly scourged for telling lies about white men. The consternation was universal. No two people that had the slightest thing of color in their faces dared to be seen talking together. I entertained no position face about our household because we were in the midst of white families who would protect us. We were ready to receive the soldiers whenever they came. It was not long before we heard the tramp of feet
and the sound of voices. The door was hugely pushed open, and in they tumbled like a pack of hungry wolves. They snatched at everything within their reach. Every box, trunk, closet, and corner underwent a thorough examination. A box in one of the drawers containing some silver change was eagerly pounced upon. When I stepped forward to take it from them, one of the soldiers turned and said angrily, "What thy follow us for? Thy puss white fox in come to steal." I replied, "You have come to search, but you have searched that box, and I will take it if you please." At that moment, I saw a white gentleman who was friendly to us, and called to him and asked him to have the goodness to come in and stay till the search was over. He readily complied. His entrance into the house brought in the captain of the company, whose business was to guard the outside of the house and see that none of the inmates left it. This officer was Mr. Leach, the wealthy slaveholder whom I mentioned in the accounts of neighboring planters has been notorious for his cruelty. He felt above soiling his hands with the search. He merely gave orders, and if a bit of writing was discovered, it was carried to him by his ignorant followers who were unable to read. My grandmother had a large trunk of bedding and tablecloths. When that was opened, there was a great shout of surprise, and one exclaimed, "Why the demand niggers get all these sheets and tablecloth?" My grandmother, emboldened by the presence of our white protector, said, "You may be sure we didn't pilfer from your house." "Look here, Mammy," said a grim-looking fellow without any cuts. "You seem to feel mighty grand, cause you got all them white folks oughta have." His remarks were erupted by a chorus of voices shouting, "We've got them, these Ariella got letters." There was a general rush for the support letter, which upon examination proved to the same verses written to me by a friend. In packing away my things, I had overlooked them. When their captain informed them of their contents, they seemed much disappointed. He inquired of me who wrote them. I told him it was one of my friends. "Can you read them?" he asked. When I told him I could, he swore and read and tore the paper into bits. "Bring me all your letters," said he, in commanding tone. I told him I had none. "Don't be afraid," he continued, in insinuating way. "Bring them all to me. Nobody shall do you any harm." Seeing I did not move to obey him, his pleasant tone changed to oaths and threats. "Who writes to you? Half-free niggers?" "Half-free niggers?" inquired he. I replied, "Oh no, most of my letters are from white people. Some request me to burn them after they are read, and some I destroy without reading." An exclamation of surprise from some of the company put a stop to our conversation. Some silver spoon, which ornamented an old-fashioned buffet, had just been discovered. My grandmother was in the habit of preserving fruits for many ladies in the town, and of preparing suppers for parties. Consequently, she had many jars of preserves. The closet that contained this was next invaded, and the contents tested. One of them, who was helping him step freely, tapped his neighbors on the shoulder and said, "Well done, don't wonder the niggers want to kill all the white folks when they live on sabs," meaning preserves. I stretched out my hands to take the jar, saying, "You are not sent here to search for sweetmeats." "And what were we sent for?" said the captain, bristling up to me. I evaded the question. The search of the house was completed, and nothing found to condemn us. The next proceeded to the garden and knocked about every bush and vine. With no better success, the captain called his men together, and after a short consultation, the order to march was given. As they passed out to the gate, the captain turned back and pronounced a malediction on the houses. He said it ought to be burned to the ground, and each of its inmates received 39 lashes. We came out of this affair very fortunately, not losing anything except some wearing apparel. Towards evening, the turbulence increased. The soldiers, stimulated by drink, committed still greater cruelties. Shrieks and shouts continually rent the air. Not daring to go to the door, I peeped under the window curtain. I saw a mob dragging along a number of colored people, each white man with his musket oppressed, threatening instant death if they did not stop their shrieks. Among the prisoners was a respectable all-colored minister. They had found a few parcels of shots in his house, which his wife had 4 years used to balance her scales. For this, they were going to shoot him on courthouse green. What a spectacle was that for a civilized country, a rabble staggering under intoxication, assuming to be the administrators of justice. The better class of the community exerted their influence to save the innocent, persecuted people, and in several instances, they succeeded by keeping them both up in jail till the excitement abated. At last, the white citizen found that their own property was not safe from the lawless rabble they had summoned to protect him. They rallied the drunken swarm, drove them back into the country, and set a guard over the town. The next day, the town patrols were commissioned to search colored people that lived out of the city. And the most shocking outbreaks were committed with perfect impunity. Every day for a fortnight, if I looked out, I saw horsemen with some poor panting Negroes tied to their saddles and compelled by the lash to keep up their speed till they arrived at the jail yards. Those who had been whipped took on mercifully to work were washed with pride, tossed into a cart, and carried to jail. One black man who had not fortitude to endorse Corrigan's promised to give information about the conspiracy, but it turned out that he knew nothing at all. He had not even heard the name of Nat Turner. The poor fellow had, however, made up a story which augmented his own sufferings and those of the colored people. The day patrol continued for some weeks, and at sundown at night guards was substituted. Nothing at all was proved against the colored people, bond or free. The wrath of the slaveholders was somewhat appeased by the capture of Nat Turner. The imprisoned were released. The slaves were sent to their masters, and the free were permitted to return to their ravaged homes. Drinking was strictly forbidden on the plantations. The slaves begged the privilege of again meeting at their little church in the woods, with their burying ground around it. It was built by the colored people, and they had no higher happiness than to meet there and sing hymns together, and pour out their hearts in spontaneous prayer. Their request was denied, and the church was demolished. They were permitted to attend the white churches. A certain portion of the galleries being appropriated to their use. There, when everybody else had partaken of the communion and the benediction had been pronounced, the minister said, "Come down now, my colored friends." They obeyed the summons and partook of the bread and wine in commemoration of the meek and lowly Jesus, who said, God is your Father, and all ye are brethren. The church and slavery. After the alarm caused by Natruna's insurrection had subsided, the slaveholders came to the conclusion that it would be well to give the slave enough of religious instructions to keep them from murdering their slaves. The Episcopal clergyman offered to hold a separate service on Sundays of their benefit. His colored members were very few and also very respectable, a fact which I presume had some weight with him. The difficulty was to decide on a suitable place for them to worship. The Methodist and Baptist churches admitted them in the afternoon, but their carpets and cushions were not so costly as those of the Episcopal Church. It was at last decided that they should meet at the house of a free colored man who was a member. I was invited to attend because I could read. Sunday evening came and, trusting to the cover of night, I ventured out. I rarely ventured out by daylight, for I always went with Faye, expecting at every turn to encounter Dr. Flint, who was sure to turn me back or order me to this office to inquire where I got my bonnet or some other article of dress. When the Reverend Mr. Pipe came, there were some 20 persons present. The Reverend gentleman knelt in prayers, then seated himself and requested all present who could read to open their books while he gave out the portions he wished them to repeat or respond to. His text was, Servants, be obedient to them that are your masters, according to the flesh, with fear and trembling, in singleness of your hearts, as unto Christ. Pious Mr. Pike brushed up his hair till it stood upright, and in deep solemn tones began. Hearken, ye servants, give strict heed unto my words. You are rebellious sinners. Your hearts are filled with all manner of evil. Till this evil whom tempts you. God is angry with you and will surely punish you if you don't forsake your wicked ways. You that live in town are eye servants behind your master's back. Instead of serving your masters faithfully, which is pleasing in the sight of your heavenly master, you are idle and shirk your work. God sees you. You tell lies. God hears you. Instead of being engaged in worshiping him, you are hidden away somewhere, feasting on your master's substance, tossing coffee around with some wicked fortune teller, or cutting cards with another old bag. Your masters may not find you out, but God sees you and will punish you. Oh, the depravity of your hearts. When your master's work is done, are you gracious? No, you are quarreling and tying up little bags of fruits by burying under the doorsteps to poison each other with. God sees you. You men really still away to every drug shop to sell your master's corn, that you may buy rum to drink. God sees you. You snake into the back streets or among the bushes to pitch coppers. Although your masters may not find you out, God sees you, and he will punish you. You must forsake your sinful ways and be fruitful servants. Obey your old master and your young master, your old mistress and your young mistress. If you disobey your earthly master, you offend your heavenly master. You must obey God's commandments. When you go from here, don't stop at the corners of the streets to talk, but go directly home and let your master and mistress see what you have come. The benediction was pronounced. We went home,
highly amused at Brother Pike's gospel teaching, and we were determined to hear him again. I went the next Sabbath evening and had pretty much a repetition of the last discourse. At the close of the meeting, Mr. Pike informed us that he found it very inconvenient to meet at the friend's house, and he should be glad to see us every Sunday evening at this own kitchen. I went home with the feeling that I had the Reverend Mr. Pike for the last time. Some of his members repaired to his house and found that the kitchen sported 2 tallow candles. The first time, I am sure, since its present occupant on it, for his servants never had anything but pine nuts. It was so long before the Reverend gentleman descended from his comfortable parlor that the slaves I went to enjoy a Methodist shout. They never seemed so happy as when shouting and singing at religious meeting. Many of them are sincere and long nearer to the gate of heaven than Sanctimonious, Mr. Pike, and other long Pike first Christians who see wounded Samaritans and pass by on the other side. The slaves generally compose their own songs and hymns, and they do not trouble their heads much about Major. They often sing the following verses. All Satan is one busy ole man. He rolls them blocks all in my way, but Jesus is my bosom friend. He throws them blocks away. If I had died when I was young, then how my stammering tongue will have sung. But I am ole, and now I stand, a narrow chance to treat that heavenly land. I remember one occasion was when I attended a Methodist class meeting. I went with a burdened spirit and happened to sit next a poor, bereaved mother whose heart was still heavier than mine. The class leader was the town constable, a man who bought and sold class slaves, who beat his brethren and sisters of the church at the public whipping post, in jail or out of jail. He was ready to perform what Christian office anywhere for 50 cents. The white-faced, black-hearted brother came near us and said to the stricken woman, "Sister, can't you tell us how the Lord deals with your soul? Do you love him as you did formerly?" She rose to her feet and said, in piteous tones, "My Lord and Master, help me. My lot is more than I can bear. God has hid himself from me, and I am left in darkness and misery." Then, striking her breast, she continued, "I can't tell you what is in here. They have got all my children. Last week, they took the last one. God only knows where they have sold her. They let me have her 16 years, and then, oh, pray for her brothers and sisters. I've got nothing to live for now. God, make my time short." She sat down, quivering in very limb. I saw that constable class leader become crimson in the face with suppressed laughter, while he held up his handkerchief, that those who were weeping for the poor woman's calamity might not see his merriment. Then, with assumed gravity, he said to the bereaved mother, "Sister, pray to the Lord that every dispensation of his divine will may be sanctified to the good of your poor needy son." The congregation struck up a hymn and sung as though they were as free as the birds that warbled around us. Ole, Satan, though he had a mighty aim, he missed my soul and caught my sins. Cry amen, cry amen, cry amen to God. He took my sins upon his back, went muttering and grumbling down to hell. Cry amen, cry amen, cry amen to God. Ole, Satan's church is here below. Up to God's pre-church I hope to go. Cry amen, cry amen, cry amen to God. Precious are such moments to the poor slaves. If you were to hear them at times, you might think they were happy. But can that hour of singing and shouting sustain them through the daily week, toiling without wages under constant drains of the lash? The Episcopal clergyman who, ever since my earliest recollection, had been a sort of good among these slaveholders, concluded, as his family was large, that he must go where money was more abundant. A very different clergyman took his place. The change was very agreeable to the colored people, who said, God has sent us to a good man this time. They loved him, and their children followed him for a smile or a kind word. Even then, even the slaveholders felt his influence. He brought to the rectory 5 slaves. His wife taught them to read and write, and to be useful to her and themselves. As soon as he was settled, he turned his attention to the needy slaves around him. He fed them every Sunday with a sermon adapted to their comprehension. After such argument and opportunity, it was finally agreed that they might occupy the gallery of the church on Sunday evenings. Many colored people, hitherto unaccustomed to attend church, now gladly want to hear the gospel preached. The sermons were simple and they understood them. Moreover, it was the first time they had ever been addressed as human beings. It was not long before his white parishioners began to be dissatisfied. He was accused of preaching better sermons to the Negroes than he did to those sermons upon any others, for the slaves were reared in such ignorance that it was a difficult task to adapt himself to their comprehension. Dissensions arose in the parish. Some wanted he should preach to them in the evening, and to the slaves in the afternoon. In the midst of these disputings, his wife died. After a very short illness, her slaves gathered around her, dying bed in great sorrow. She said, I have tried to do you good and promote your happiness, and if I have failed, it has not been for want of interest in your welfare. Do not weep for me, but prepare for the new duties that lie before you. I leave you all free. May we meet in a better world. Her liberated slaves were sent away with funds to establish them comfortably. The colored people will long bless the memory of that truly Christian woman. Soon after her death, her husband preached his farewell sermon, and many tears were shed at his departure. Several years after, he passed through our town and preached to his former congregation. In his afternoon sermon, he addressed the colored people. My friends, said he, it affords me great happiness to have an opportunity of speaking to you again. For 2 years, I have been striving to do something for the colored people of my own parish, but nothing is yet accomplished. I have not even preached a sermon to them. Try to live according to the word of God. My friends, your skin is darker than mine, but God judges men to their hearts, not by the color of their skins. This was strange doctrine from a southern pulpit. It was very offensive to slaveholders. They said, and his wife had made fools of their slaves, and that he preached like a fool to the Negroes. I knew an all-black man whose piety, and childlike trust in God were beautiful to witness. At 53 years old, he joined the Baptist Church. He had a most earnest desire to learn to read. He thought he should know how to serve God better if he could only read the Bible. He came to me and begged me to teach him. He said he could not pay me, for he had no money, but he could bring me a nice fruit when the season for it came. I asked him if he didn't know it was contrary to law, and that slaves were whipped and imprisoned for teaching each other to read. This brought the tears into his eyes. "Don't be troubled, Uncle Fred," said I. "I have no thought of refusing to teach you. I only told you of the law, that you might know the danger and be on your guards." He thought he could plan to come 3 times a week without it being suspected. I selected a quiet nook where no intruder was likely to penetrate, and there I taught him his ABC. Considering his age, his progress was astonishing. As soon as the could spell in 2 syllables, he wanted to spell out words in the Bible. The happy smile that illuminated his face put joy into my heart. After spelling out a few words, he paused and said, "Honey, it pays when I can read this book, but I shall be nearer to God. White man is God's all the sense. I can learn easy. It ain't easy for all a black men like me. I only want to read this book that I may know how to live. Then I have no fear about dying." I tried to encourage him by speaking to the rapid progress he had made. "Have patience, child," he replied. "I learned slow. I had no need to patience. His gratitude and the happiness imparted were more than a recompense for all my trouble. At the end of 6 months, he had read through the New Testament and could find any text in it. One day, when he had recited usually well, I said, "Uncle Fred, how do you manage to get your lessons so well?" Lord bless you, child," he replied. "You never gives me a lesson, don't pray to God to help me to understand what I spell and what I read. And he does help me. Bless his holy name." There are thousands who, like good Uncle Fred, are thirsting for the water of life, but the law forbids it, and the churches withhold it. They send the Bible to hating about and neglect the hating at home. I am glad that missionaries go out to the dark corners of the earth, but I ask them not to overlook the dark corners at home. Talk to American slaveholders as you talk to savages in Africa. Tell them it was wrong to traffic in men. Tell them it is sinful to sell their own children and atrocious to violate their own daughters. Tell them that children are atrocious to violate their own daughters. Tell them that all men are beaten and that man has no right to shut out the light of knowledge and from his brother. Tell them they are answerable to God for sealing up the fountain of life from souls that are thirsting for it. There are men who will gladly undertake such missionary work as this, but alas, their number is small. They are hated by the South and will be driven from its soil or dragged to prison to die. To others have been before. The field is ripe for the harvest and awaits the reapers. Perhaps the great-grandchildren of Uncle Fred may have freely imparted to them the divine treasures, which he sought by stealth at the risks of the prison and the scourge. Are doctors of divinity blind? Are they hypocrites? I suppose some are the one and some the other. But I think if they felt the interest in the poor and the lowly that they ought to feel, they will not be so easily blinded. A clergyman who goes to the south for the first time has usually some feeling, however, that slavery is wrong. The slaveholder suspects this and plays his game accordingly. He makes himself as agreeable as possible, talks on theology and other kindred topics. The reverend gentleman is asked to invoke a blessing on a table loaded with luxuries. After dinner, he walks around the premises and sees the beautiful groves and flowering vines and the comfortable huts of favored household slaves. The Southerners invite him to talk with those slaves. He asks them if they want to be free, and they say, "Oh no, master, this is sufficient to satisfy him." He comes home to publish a South Side view of slavery and to complain the exaggerations of abolitionists. He assures people that he has been to the South and been slavery for himself. That is a beautiful patriarchal institution. That the slaves don't have their freedom. That they have hallelujah meetings and other religious privileges. What does he know of the half-staffed watches, wretches toiling from dawn till dark on the plantations? Of mothers shrieking for their children, torn from their arms by the slave threats, of young girls dragged down into moral pit, of fools of floods around the whipping post, of hounds trained to tear human flesh, of men screwed into cotton gins to die. The slaveholder shot him none of these things, and the slaves dare not tell them if he had asked them. There is a great difference between Christianity and religion at the South. If a man goes to the communion table and pays in money into the treasury of the church, no matter if it beats the price of blood, he is called religious. If a pastor who has offspring by a woman on his wife, the church dismiss him. If she is a white woman, but if she is colored, it does not hinder his counting to be their good shepherds. When I was told that Dr. Flint had joined the Episcopal Church, I was much surprised. I suppose that religion had a purifying effect on them, on the character of men. But the worst precautions I ensured from him were after he was communicant. The conversation of the doctor the day after he had been confirmed certainly gave me an indication that he had renounced the evil devil and all his works. In answer to some of his usual talk, I reminded him that he had just joined the church. "Yes, Linda," said he. "It was proper for me to do so. I am getting in years, and my position in society requires it, and it cuts an end to all the demon slang. You should do well to join the church, Linda." "There are sinners enough in it already," rejoined I. "If I could be allowed to live like a Christian, I should be glad. You can do what I require, and if you are faithful to me, you will be as virtuous as my wife," he replied. I answered that the Bible didn't say so. His voice became hoarse with rage. "How dare you preach to me about your infernal Bible?" he exclaimed. "What right have you, who are my Negro, to talk to me about what you like and what you won't like? I am your master, and you shall obey me." No wonder the slaves sing, "Ole Satan's church is here below. Up God's free church I hope to go. Another linked to life. I had not returned to my master's house since the birth of my child. The Almighty left to have me thus removed from his immediate power, but his wife bought. By all that was good and great, she will kill me if I come back, and he did not doubt her word. Sometimes he would stay away from the session. Then he would come and renew the old terrible discourse about his forbearance and my ingratitude. He labored most unnecessarily to convince me that I had lowered myself. The venomous old reprobate had no need of descanting on that time. I felt humiliated enough. My unconscious baby was the ever-present witness of my shame. I listened with silent contempt when he talked about my having forfeited his good opinion, but I shed bitter taste that I was no longer worthy of being respected by the good and pure. Alas, slavery still held me in its poisonous grasp. There was no chance for me to be respectable. There was no prospect of being able to lead a better life. Sometimes, when my master found that I still refused to accept what he called his kind offers, he would threaten to sell my child. Perhaps that will humble you, said he. Humble me? Was I only there in the dust? But his threats lacerated my heart. I knew the law gave him power to fulfill it, for slaveholders have been cunning enough to enact that the child shall follow the condition of the mother, not of the father, thus taking care that licentiousness shall not interfere with avarice. This reflection made me clasp my innocent baby all the more firmly to my heart. Horrid visions passed through my mind, and when I thought of his liability to fall into the slave trader's hand, I wept over him and said, "Oh, my child, perhaps they will leave you in some cold cabin to die, and then throw you into a hole as if you were a dog." Then Dr. Flint learned that I was again to be a mother. He was exhausted beyond measure. He rushed from the house and returned with a pair of shears. I had a fine head of hair, and he often railed about my pride of arranging it nicely. He cut every hair close to my head, storming and swearing all the time. I replied to some of his abuse, and he struck me. Some months before, he had pitched me downstairs in a fit of passion, and the injury I received was so serious that I was unable to turn myself in bed of many days. He then said, "Linda, I swear by God I will never raise my hand against you." But I knew that he would forget his promise. After he discovered my situation, he was like a restless spirit from the pit. He came every day, and I was subjected to such insults as no pen can describe. I will not describe them if I could. They were too low, too revolting. I tried to keep them from my grandmother's too revolting. I tried to keep them from my grandmother's knowledge as much as I could. I knew she had enough to sadden her life without having my troubles to bear. When she saw the doctor treat me with violence and had him utter oaths terrible enough to palsy a man's sponge, she could not always hold her peace. It was natural and mother-like that she would try to defend me, but it only made matters worse. When they told me my newborn baby was a girl, my heart was heavier than it had ever had before. Slavery is terrible for men, but it is far more terrible for women. Superadded to the burden common to all, they gave wrongs and sufferings and mortifications peculiarly their own. Dr. Flynn had sworn that he would have make me suffer. to my last day for this new crime against him, as he called it, and as long as he had me in this power, he kept in his word. On the 4th day after the birth of my baby, he entered my room suddenly and commanded me to rise and bring my baby to him. The nurse who took care of me had gone out of the room to prepare some nourishment, and I was alone. There was no alternative. I rose, took up my baby, and crossed the room to where he sat. Now stand there, said he, till I tell you to go back. My child bore a strong resemblance to her father and to the deceased Mrs. Sands, her grandmother. He noticed this, and while I stood before him, trembling with weakness, he headed upon me and my little one every vile epithet he could think of. Even the grandmother in her grave did not escape his curses. In the midst of his vituperations, I fainted at his feet. This recalled him of his sins. Took the baby from my arms, laid it on the bed, dashed cold water in my face, took me up, and shook me violently to restore my consciousness before anyone entered the room. Just then, my grandmother came in, and he hurried out of the house. I suffered in consequence of his treatment, but I begged my friends to let me die rather than send for the doctor. There was nothing I dreaded so much as his presence. My life was spared, and I was glad for the sake of my little ones. Had it not been for these ties of life, I should have been glad to be released by death, though I have lived only 19 years. Always it gave me a pang that my children had no lawful claim to a name. Their father offered his, but if I had wished to accept the offer, I dared not while my master lived. Moreover, I knew it would not be accepted at their baptism. A Christian name they were at least entitled to, and resolved to call my boy for our dear good Benjamin, who had gone far away from us. My grandmother belonged to the church, and she was very desirous of having the children Christians. I knew Dr. Flint would forbid it, and I did not venture to attempt to it. But chance forwards me. He was called to visit a patient out of town and was obliged to be absent during suddenly. Now it is time, said my grandmother. We'll take the children to church and have them Christians. When I entered the church, recollections of my mother came over me, and I felt subdued in spirit. There she had presented me for baptism without any reason to feel ashamed. She had been married and had such legal rights as slavery allowed to the slave. Divorce had the least been scared to her, and she had never violated them. I was glad she was not alive to know under what different circumstances her grandchildren were present for baptism. Why had my lot been so different from my mother? Her master had died when she was a child, and she remained with her mistress till she married. She was never in the power of any master, and thus she escaped on class of the evils that generally fall upon slaves. When my baby was about to be christened, the former mistress of my father's stepped up to me and proposed to give it her Christian name. To this I added the surname of my father, who had himself no legal right to it. For my grandfather on the paternal side was a white gentleman. What tangled skins are the genealogies of slavery? I loved my father, but it mortified me to be obliged to bestow his name on my children. When we left the church, my father's old mistress invited me to go home with her. She clasped a gold chain round my baby's neck. I thanked her for this kindness, but I did not like the emblem. I wanted no chain to be fastened on my daughter, not even if it links way of God. How earnestly I prayed that she might never feel the weight of slavery's chain, whose iron entreads into the soul. Continued precautions. My children grew finely, and Dr. Flint will often say to me with an exhausting smile, "This brat will bring me a handsome sum of money one of these days." I thought to myself that, God being my helper, they should never pass into his hand. It seemed to me I would rather see them killed than have them given up to his power. The money for the freedom of myself and my children could be obtained, but I derived no advantage from the circumstance. Dr. Flint loved money, but he loved power more. After much discussion, my friends resolved on making another trial. There was a slaveholder about to leave for Texas, and he was commissioned to buy me. He was to begin with $900 and go up to 12. My master refused his offer. "Sir," said he, "she don't belong to me. She is my daughter's property, and I have no right to sell her. I mistrust that you come from her paramour. If so, you may tell him that he cannot buy her for that any money. Neither can he buy her children." The doctor came to see me next day, and my heart beat quicker as he entered. I never had seen the old man treat with so majestic a step. He seated himself and looked at me with white-ring scorn. My children had learned to be afraid of him. The little one would shut her eyes and hide her face on my shoulder whenever she saw him. And Benny, who was now nearly 5 years old, often inquired, "What makes that fat man come here so many times? Does he want to hurt us?" I would clasp the dear boy in my arms, trusting that he will be free before he was old enough to solve the problem. And now, as the doctor sat there to grim and silent, the child left his play and came and nestled up by me. At last, my tormentor spoke. "So you are left in disgust, are you?" said he. "It is no more than I expected. You remember I told you years ago you will be treated so. So he is tired of you? Ha ha ha. The virtuous madam don't like to hear about it, does she?" There was a sting in his calling me virtuous madam. I no longer had the power of answering him, as I had formerly done. He continued, "So it seems you are trying to get up another intake. Your new paramour came to me and offered to buy you, but you may be assured you still not success. You are mine, and you shall be mine for life. There lives no human being that can take you out of slavery. I would have done it, but you rejected my kind offer." I told him I did not wish to get up any intrigue, that I had never seen the man who offered to buy. "Do you tell me I lie?" exclaimed he, dragging me from my chair. "Will you say again that you never saw that man?" I answered, "I do say so." He inclined my arm with a volley of oaths, then began to scream, and I told him to go to his grandmother. "Don't you stir a step, you little wretch," he said. The child drew nearer to me and put his arms around me as he wanted to protect me. This was too much for my enraged master. He caught him up and hauled him across the room. I thought he was dead and rushed towards him to take him up. "Not yet," exclaimed the doctor. "Let him lie there till he comes to." Let me go, I screamed. "Oh, I will raise the whole house." I struggled and got away, but he clinched me again. Somebody opened the door and he released me. I picked up my insensible child, and when I turned, my tormentor was gone. Anxiously, I bent over the little form, so pale and still, and when the brown eyes at last opened, I don't know whether I was very happy. All the doctor's former precautions were renewed. He came morning, noon, and night. No jealous lover ever watched a rival more closely than he watched me and the unknown slaveholder, with whom he accused me of wishing to get up an intrigue. When my grandmother was out of the way, he searched every room to find him. In one of his visits, he happened to find a young girl whom he had sold to a trader a few days previous. His statement was that he sold her because she had been too familiar with the overseer. She had had a bitter life with him and was glad to be sold. She had no mother and no near ties. She had been torn from all her family years before. A few friends had entered into bonds for her safety. If the trader would allow her to spend with them the time that intervened between her sale and the gathering of his human stock, such a favor was rarely granted. It saved the trader the expenses of boats and jail fees. And though the amount was small, it was a weighty consideration in a slave trader's mind. Dr. Flint always had an aversion to meeting slaves after he had sold them. He ordered Ross out of the house, but he was no longer her master, and she took no notice of him. For once the crushed Ross was the conqueror, his gray eyes flashed angrily upon her, but that was the extent of his power. "How came this girl here?" he exclaimed. What right had you to allow when you knew I had sold her?" I answered, "This is my grandmother's house, and Ross came to see her. I have no right to turn anybody out of doors that comes here for honest purpose." He gave me the blow that would have fallen upon Ross if she had still been his slave. My grandmother's attention had been attracted by loud voices, and she entered in time to see a second blow dealt. She was not a woman to let such an outrage in her own house go unrebuked. The doctor undertook to explain that I had been insolent. Her intelligent feeling rose higher and higher, and finally boiled over in words. "Get out of my house," she exclaimed. "Go home and take care of your wife and children, and you will have enough to do without rattling my family." He threw the birth of my children in her face and accused her of sanctioning the life I was leading. She told him I was living with her by compulsion of his wife, that he needn't accuse her, for he was the only one to blame. He was the one who had caused all the trouble. She grew more and more excited as she went on. "I tell you what, Dr. Flint," said she, "you ain't got many more years to live, and you had better to be saying your prayers. It will take them all and more to wash the dirt of your soul. Do you know whom you are talking to?" he exclaimed. She replied, "Yes, I know very well who I'm talking to." He left the house in a great rage. I looked at my grandmother. Our eyes met. Their angry expression had passed away, but she looked sorrowful and weary of insolent strife. I wondered that it did not lessen her love for me, but if it did, she never showed it. She was always kind, always ready to sympathize with my troubles. There might have been peace and contentment in that humble home if it had not been for a sudden slavery. The winter passed undisturbed by the doctor. A beautiful spring came, and when nature resumes her loveliness, the human soul is apt to revive also. My drooping hopes came to life again with the flowers. I was dreaming of freedom again, more for my children's sake than my own. I plant and plant. Obstacles hit against plans. There seemed no way of overcoming them, and yet I hoped. Back came the wily doctor. I was not at home when he called. A friend had invited me to a small party, and to gratify her, I went. To my great consternation, a messenger came in haste to say that Dr. Flint was at my grandmother's and insisted on seeing me. They did not tell him where I was, or he would have come and raised a disturbance in my friend's house. They sent me a dark wrapper. I threw it on and hurried home. My speed did not save me. The doctor had gone away in anger. I dreaded the morning, but I could not delay it. It came warm and bright. At an early hour, the doctor came and asked me where I had been last night. I told him. He did not believe me and sent to my friend's house to ascertain the facts. He came in the afternoon to assure me he was satisfied that I had spoken the truth. He seemed to be in precious mood, and I expected some jays were coming. I suppose you need some recreation, said he, but I am surprised at your being there among those Negroes. It was not the place for you. You are allowed to visit such people. Are you allowed to visit such people? I understood this covert fling at the white gentleman who was my friend, but I merely replied, I want to visit my friends, and any company that is going enough for me. He went on to say, I was seeing very little of you of late, but my interest in you is unchanged. When I said I will have no more mercy on you, I was rash. I recall my words. Linda, you deserve freedom for yourself and your children, and you can obtain it only through me. If you agree to what I am about to propose, you and they shall be free. There must be no communication of any kind between you and their father. I will procure a cottage where you and the children can live together. Your labor shall be light, such as sewing for any family. Think what is offered to you. Linda, a home and freedom. Let the past be forgotten. If I have been harsh with you at times, your willfulness drove me to. You know I exact obedience from my own children, and I consider you as yet a child. He paused for an answer, but I remained silent. Why don't you speak? Said he. What more do you wait for? Nothing, sir. Then you accept my offer. Offer? No, sir. His anger was ready to break loose, but he succeeded in coupling it and replied, you have answered without thought, but I must let you know there are two sides to my proposition. If you reject the bright side, you will be obliged to take the dark one. You must either accept my offer, or you and your children shall be sent to your young master's plantation, there to remain till your young mistress is married, and your children shall fail like the rest of the Negro children. I give you a week to consider it. He was shrewd, but I knew she was not to be trusted. I told him I was ready to give my answer now. I will not receive it now, he replied. You act too much from impulse. Remember that you and your children can be free a week from today if you choose. On what a monstrous chance hung the destiny of my children, I knew that my master's offer was a snare. and that if I entered it, escape will be impossible. As for his promise, I knew him so well that I was sure if he gave me free papers, they would be so managed to as have no legal value. The alternative was inevitable. I resolved to go to the plantation, but then I thought how completely I should be in his power, and the prospect was appalling. Even if I should kneel before him and implore him to spare me. For the sake of my children, I knew he would spurn me with his foot, and my weakness will be his triumph. Before the week expired, I heard that young Mr. Flint was about to be married to a lady on his own stamp. I foresaw the position I should occupy in his establishment. I had once been sent to the plantation for punishment, and fear of the son had induced the father to recall me very soon. My mind was made up. I resolved that I will foil my master and save my children, or I will perish in the attempt. I kept my plans to myself. I knew that friends will try to distort me from them, and I will not wound their feelings by rejecting their advice. On the decisive day, the doctor came and said he hoped I had made a wise choice. I am ready to go to the plantation, sir, I replied. Have you thought how important your decision is your children? Said he. I told him I had. Very well, go to the plantation, and my course go with you. He replied, your boy shall put to work, and he shall soon be sold, and your girl shall be raised for the purpose of selling well. Go your own ways. He left the room with curses not to be repeated. As I stood rooted to the spot, my grandmother came and said, Linda, child, what did you tell him? I answered that I was going to the plantation. Must you go? She said. Can't something be done to stop it? I told her it was useless to try, but she begged me not to give up. She said she would go to the doctor and remind him how long and how faithful she had served in the family, and how she had taken her own baby from her breast to nourish his wife. She will tell him I had been out of the family so long, they will not miss me, that she will pay them for my time, and the money will procure a woman who had more strength for the situation than I had. I begged her not to go, but she persisted in saying, he will listen to me, Linda. She went and was treated as I expected. He coolly listened to what she said, but denied her request. He told her that what he did was for my good, that my feelings were entirely above my situation, and that the plantation I received treatment that was suitable to my behavior. My grandmother was much cast down. I had my secret hopes, but I must fight my battle alone. I had a woman's pride and a mother's love for my children, and I resolved that out of the darkness of his hour, a brighter dawn should rise for men. My master had power and law on his side. I had determined well, there is might in each. Since at the plantation, early the next morning, I left my grandmother's with my youngest child. My boy was ill, and I left him behind. I had many sad thoughts as the old wagon jolted on. He thought so. I had suffered alone. Now, my little one was to be treated as a slave. As we drew near the great house, I thought of the time when I was formally sent there out of revenge. I wondered for what purpose I was not sent. I could not tell. I resolved to obey orders so far as duty required, but within myself, I determined to make my stay as short as possible. Mr. Flint was waiting to receive us and told me to follow him upstairs to receive orders for the day. My little Ellen was left below in the kitchen. It was a change for her, who had always been so carefully tended. My young master said she might amuse herself in the yard. This was kind of him, since child was hateful to his sight. My task was to fit up the house for the reception of the bride. In the midst of sheets, tablecloths, towels, drapery, and carpentry, my head was as busy planning as were my fingers with the needle. At noon, I was allowed to go to Ellen. She had sobbed herself to sleep. I had Mr. Flint sent to a neighbor. I have got her down here, and I will soon take the town nations out of her head. My father is partly to blame for her nonsense. He ought to have broke her in long ago. The remark was made within my hearing, and it would have been quite as manly to have made it to my face. He had said things to my face which might or might not have surprised his neighbor if he had known of them. He was a chip of the old block. I resolved to give him no cause to accuse me of being too much of a lady so far as work was concerned. I worked day and night with wretchedness before me. When I lay down beside my child, I felt how much easier it will be to see her die than to see her master beat her about. As I daily saw him beat other little ones, the spirit of the mothers was so crushed by the lash that they stood by without courage to remonstrate. How much more must I suffer before I should be brought in? To that degree, I wish to appear as contented as possible. Sometimes I had an opportunity to send a few lines home, and this brought up recollections that made it difficult for a time to seem calm and indifferent to my lot. Notwithstanding my efforts, I saw that Mr. Flint regarded me with a suspicious eye. Ellen broke down under the trials of her new life, separated from me. With no one to look after her, she wandered about and in few days cried herself sick. One day, she sat under the window where I was at work, crying that weary cry, which makes a mother's heart bleed. I was obliged to still myself to bear it. After a while it ceased. I looked out, and she has gone. As it was near noon, I ventured to go down in search of her. The great house was raised 2 feet above the ground. I looked under it, and saw her about midway, fast asleep. I crept under and drew her out. As I held her in my arms, I thought how well it will be for her if she never waked up. I uttered her my thought aloud. I was startled to hear someone say, "Did you speak to me?" I looked up and saw Mr. Flint standing beside me. He said nothing further, but turned frowning away. That night, he sent Ellen a biscuit and a cup of sweetened milk. This generosity surprised me. I learned afterwards that in the afternoon he had killed a large snake, which crept from under the house, and I suppose the incident had prompted his unusual kindness. The next morning, the old cat was loaded with singles for town. I put Ellen into it and sent her to her grandmother. Mr. Flint said I ought to have asked his permission. I told him the child was sick and required attention which I had no time to give. He let it pass, for he was aware that I had accomplished much work in a little time. I had been 3 weeks on the plantation when I planned a visit home. It must be a night after everybody was in bed. I was 6 miles from town, and the road was very dreary. I was to go with a young man who I knew often strolled to town to see his mother. One night, when all was quiet, we started. Fear gave speed to our steps, and we were long in performing the journey. I arrived at my grandmother's. Her bedroom was on the first floor, and the window was open, the weather being warm. I spoke to her, and she awoke. She let me in and closed the window. Lest some late passerby should not see. A slide was brought, and the whole household gathered round me, some smiling and some crying. I went to look at my children and thanked God for their happy sleep. The tears fell as I leaned over them. As I moved to leave Benny starts, I turned back and whispered, "Mother is here." After digging at his eyes with his little face, they opened, and he sat up in bed, looking at me curiously. Having satisfied himself that it was I, he exclaimed, "Oh, Mother, you aren't that, are you? They didn't cut off your head at the plantation, did they?" My time was up too soon, and my guide was waiting for me. I laid Benny back in his bed and dried his tears by a promise to come again soon. Rapidly, we retraced our steps back to the plantation. About halfway, we were met by a company of 4 patrols. Luckily, we had their horses hoofed before they came in sight, and we had time to hide behind a large tree. They passed, hallooing and shouting in a manner that indicated a recent carousal. How thankful we were that they had not their dogs with them. We hastened our footsteps, and when we arrived on the plantation, we heard the sound of the hand mill. The slaves were grinding their corn. We were safely in the house before the horn summoned them to their labor. I divided my little parcel of food with my guide, knowing that he had lost the chance of grinding his corn and must toil all day in the fields. Mr. Flynn often took an inspection of the house to see that no one was idle. The entire management of the work was trusted to me because he knew nothing about it, and rather than hire a superintendent, he contented himself with my arrangements. He had often urged upon his father the necessity of having me at the plantation to take charge of his affairs and make clothes for the slaves, but the old man knew him too well to contest to that arrangement. When I had been working a month at the plantation, the great aunt of Mr. Flint came to make him a visit. This was the good old lady who paid $50 for my grandmother for the purpose of making her free when she stood on the auction block. My grandmother loved this old lady, whom we called Miss Fanny. She often came to take tea with us. On such occasions, the table was spread with a snow-white cloth, and the china cups and silver spoons were taken from the old-fashioned buffet. There were hot muffins, tea rocks, and delicious sweet meat. My grandmother kept 2 cows, and the fresh cream was Missy Fanny's delight. She invariably declared that it was the best in town. The old ladies had cozy times together. They will walk and chat, and sometimes, while talking over old times, their spectacles will get dim with tears and will have to be taken off and wiped. When Miss Fanny bed up goods, by her back was filled with grandmother's best cakes, and she was urged to come again soon. There had been a time when Dr. Flint's wife came to take tea with us, and when her children were also sent to have a feast of Aunt Mattie's nice cooking. But before I became an object of her jealousy and spite, She was angry with grandmother for giving a shelter to me, wounded, and my children. She will not even speak to her in the street. This wounded my grandmother's feelings, for she could not return ill will against the woman who she had nourished with her milk when a baby. The doctor's wife would gladly have prevented our intercourse with Miss Fanny if she could have done it, but fortunately she was not dependent on the bounty of the Flint. She had enough to be independent, and that is more than can ever be gained from charity, however lavish it may be. Miss Fanny was endeared to me by many recollections, and I was rejoiced to see her at the plantation. The warmth of her large, loyal heart made the house seem pleasanter while she was in it. She stayed a week and had many talks with her. She said her principal object in coming was to see how I was treated. She said, and whether anything could be done for me. She inquired whether she could help me in any way. I told her I believed not. She condoled with me in her own peculiar way, saying she wished that I and all my grandmother's family were at rest in our graves. For not until then she will feel any peace about us. The good old soul did not dream that I was planning to bestow peace upon her. With regard to myself and my children, not by death, but by securing our freedom. Again and again, I had traversed those daily 12 miles to and from the town, and all the way I was meditating upon some means of escape for myself and my children. My friends had made every effort that ingenuity could devise to effect our purchase, but all their plans had proved abortive. Dr. Flint was suspicious and determined not to loosen his grasp upon us. I could have made my escape alone, but it was more for my helpless children than for myself that I launched for freedom. Though the boon would have been precious to me, above all price, I would not have taken it at the expense of leaving them in slavery. Every trial I endured, every sacrifice I made for their sake, drew them closer to my heart and gave me free courage to beat back the dark waves that rolled and rolled over me in a seemingly endless night of storms. The 6 weeks were nearly completed when Mr. Flint's bridge was expected to take possession of her new home. The arrangements were all completed, and Mr. Flint said I had done well. He expected to leave home on Saturday and return with his bride the following Wednesday. After receiving various orders from him, I ventured to ask permission to spend Sunday in town. It was granted, for which favor I was thankful. It was the first I had ever asked for him, and I intended it should be the last. I needed more than one night to accomplish the project I had in view. But the whole of Sunday will give me an opportunity. I spent the Sabbath with my grandmother. A calmer, more beautiful day never came down of heaven. To me, it was a day of conflicting emotions. Perhaps it was the last day I should ever spend under that day. All sheltering proof. Perhaps these were the last talks I should ever have been with the faithful old friends of the world life. Perhaps it was the last time I and my children should be together. Well, better so, I thought, than that they should be slaves. I knew the doom that waited my fair baby in slavery, and I determined to save her from it or perish in the attempt. I went to make this vow at the graves of my poor parents, in the burying ground of the slaves. There are wicked cease from troubling, and there are weary at the last rest. There There the prisoners rest together. They hear not the voice of the oppressor. The servant is free from his master. I knelt by the grace of my parents and thanked God, as I had often done before, that they had not lived to witness my trials or to mourn over my sins. I had received my mother's blessing when she died, and in many an hour of tribulation, I had seemed to hear her voice, sometimes chiding me, sometimes whispering love words into my wounded heart. I have shed many and bitter tears. To think that when I am gone from my children, they cannot remember me with such entire satisfaction I remembered my mother. The graveyard was in the woods, and while twilight was coming on, nothing broke the dead like stillness except the occasional twitter of a bat. My spirit was overwhelmed by the solemnity of the scene. For more than 10 years, I had frequented this spot, but never had it seemed to me so scarce as now. A black storm at the head of my mother's grave was all that reminded a tree my parents had planted. His grave was marked by a small wooden board bearing his name, the letters of which were nearly obliterated. I knelt down and kissed them and poured forth a prayer to God for guidance and support in the perilous step I was about to take. As I passed the wreck of the old meeting house, where, before Nat Turner's time, the slaves had been allowed to meet for worship, I seemed to hear my father's voice come from it, bidding me not to tarry till I reached freedom or the grave. I rushed on with renovated hopes. My trust in God had been strengthened by that prayer among the graves. My plan was to conceal myself at the house of a friend and remain there a few weeks till the search was over. My hope was that the doctor would get discouraged and, for fear of losing my love, my value, and also of subsequently finding my children among the missing, he could consent to sell us. And I knew somebody would buy us. I had done all in my power to make my children comfortable during the time I expected to be separated from them. I was packing my things when grandmother came into room and asked what I was doing. I am putting my things in order, I replied. I tried to look and speak cheerfully, but her watchful eye detected something beneath the surface. She drew me towards her and asked me to sit down. She looked earnestly at me and said, "Linda, do you want to kill your old grandmother? Do you mean to leave your little helpless children? I am old now and cannot do for your babies as I once did for you." I replied that if I went away, perhaps their father will be able to secure their freedom. My child, said she, don't trust too much to him. Stand by your own children and suffer with them till death. Nobody respects a mother who forsakes her children, and if you leave them, you will never have a happy moment. If you go, you will make me miserable the short time I have to live. You will be taken and brought back, and your sufferings will be dreadful. Remember poor Benjamin. To give it up, Linda. Try to bear a little longer. Things may turn out better than we expect. My courage failed me. In view of the sorrow I should bring on that faithful, loving all hearts, I promise that I will try longer, and that I will take nothing out of her house without her knowledge. Whenever the children climbed on my knee or laid their heads on my lap, she will say, "Poor little soul, what will you do without a mother? She don't love you as I do."
And she would hug them to her own bosom, as if to reproach me for my want of affection. But he knew all this while that I loved them better than my life. I slept with her that night, and it was the last time. The memory of it haunted me for many a year. On Monday, I returned to the plantation and busied myself with preparations for the important day. Wednesday came. It was a beautiful day, and the faces of the slaves were as bright as the sunshine. The poor creatures were merry. They were expecting little presents from the bride and hoping to get for better times under her administration. I had no such hopes for them. I knew that the young wives of slaveholders often thought their authority and importance would be best established and maintained by cruelty. And what I had heard of young Mrs. Flint gave me no reason to expect that her rule over them would be less severe than that of the master and overseer. Truly, the colored race was most cheerful and forgiving people on the face of the earth. That their master slept in safety is owing to their superabundance of hearts, and yet they looked upon their sufferings with less pity than they would bestow on those of a horse or dog. I stood at the door with orders to receive the bridegroom and bride. She was a handsome, delicate-looking girl, and her face flushed with emotion at sight of her new home. I thought it likely that visions of happy future was rising before her. It made me sad, for I knew how soon clouds would come over her sunshine. She examined every part of the house and told me she was delighted with arrangements I had made. I was afraid of Mrs. Flint. I had to prejudice her against me, and I did my best to please her. All passed off smoothly for me until dinner time arrived. I did not mind the embarrassment of waiting on a dinner party for the first time in my life, half so much as I did the meeting with Dr. Flint and his wife. Who would be among the guests? It was a mystery to me why Mrs. Flint had not made her appearance at the plantation during all the time I was putting the house in order. I had not met her face to face for 5 years, and I had no wish to see her now. She was a praying woman and doubtless considered my present position a special answer to her prayers. Nothing could please her better than to see me humbled and trampled upon. I was just where she would have me, in the power of a hard-on principal master. She did not speak to me until she took her seat at the table, but her satisfied, triumphant smile when I handed her a plate was more eloquent than words. The old doctor was not quiet in his demonstrations. He ordered me here and there and spoke with peculiar emphasis when he said, "Your mistress." I was drilled like a disgraced soldier. When all was over and the last key turned, I sought my pillow, thankful that God has appointed a season of rest for the weary. The next day, my new mistress began her housekeeping. I was not exactly appointed maid of all work, but I was to do whatever I was told. Monday evening came. It was always a busy time. On that night, the slaves received their weekly allowance of food, 3 pounds of meat, a peck of corn, and perhaps a dozen herring were allowed to each man. Women received 1.5 pounds of meat, a peck of corn, and the same number of herring. Children over 12 years had half the allowance of the women. The meat was caught and weighed by the foreman of the field hands and piled on planks before the meat house. The second foreman went behind the building, and when the first foreman called out, "Who takes this piece of meat?" he answered by calling somebody's name. This method was resorted as a means of preventing partiality in distributing the meat. The young mistress came out to see how things were done on her plantation and soon gave a specimen of her character. Among those in waiting for allowance was a very old slave who had faithfully served the Flint family through 3 generations when he hobbled upon to get his bit of meat. The mistress said he was too old to have allowance, that when niggers were too old to work, they ought to be fed on grass. Poor old man, he suffered much before he found rest in the grave. My mistress and I got along very well. At the end of the week, old Mrs. Flint made us another visit and was closeted a long time with her daughter-in-law. I had suspicions. What was the subject of the conference? The old doctor's wife had been informed that I could leave the plantation on one condition. She was very desirous to keep me there. If she had trusted me as I deserved to be trusted by her, she would have had no fears of my accepting that condition. When she entered her carriage to return home, she said to young Mrs. Flint, "Don't neglect to send them as quick as possible." My heart was on the watch all time, and I at once concluded that she spoke of my children. The doctor came the next day, and I entered the room to spread the tea table. I heard him say, "Don't wait any longer. Send for them tomorrow." I saw through the plan, and they thought my children's being there would fetter me into the spot. And that was a good place to break us all into abject submissions to our lots as slaves. After the doctor left, a gentleman called who had always manifested friendly feelings towards my grandmother and her family. Mr. Flint carried him over the plantation to show him the results of labor performed by men and women who were unpaid, miserably clothed, and half famished. The cotton crop was all they thought of. It was duly admired, and the gentleman returned with specimens to show his friends. I was ordered to carry water to wash his hands. As I did so, he said, "Linda, how do you like your new home?" I told him I liked it as well as I expected. He replied, "They don't think you are contented, and tomorrow they are going to bring your children to be with you. I am sorry for you, Linda. I hope they will treat you kindly." I hurried from my room, unable to thank him. My suspicions were correct. My children were to be brought to the plantation to be broke in. To this day, I feel grateful to the gentleman who gave me this timely information. It nerved me to immediate action. The flight. Mr. Flint was hard pushed for house servants, and rather than lose me, he had restrained his malice. I did my work faithfully, though not of course with a willing mind. They were evidently afraid I should leave them. Mr. Flint wished that I should sleep in the great house instead of servants' quarters. His wife agreed to the proposition, but said I must bring my bed into the house because it would scatter feathers on her carpet. I knew when I went there that they would never think of such a thing as furnishing a bed of any kind for me and my little ones. I therefore carried my own bed, and now I was forbidden to use it. I did as I was ordered, but now that I was certain my children were to put in their power, I ordered to give them a stronger hold on me. I resolved to leave them that night. I remembered the grief the step would bring upon my dear old grandmother, and nothing less than the freedom of my children would have introduced me to disregard her advice. I went about my evening walk with trembling steps. Mr. Flint twice called from his chamber door to inquire why the house was not locked up. I replied that I had not done my work. You have had time enough to do it, he said. Take care how you answer me. I shut all the windows, locked all the doors, and went up to the third story to wait till midnight. How long those hours seemed, and how fervently I prayed that God would not forsake me in the hour of utmost need. I was about to risk everything on the throw of a die. And if I failed, oh, what would become of me and my poor children? They would be made to suffer to my fault. At 12:30, I stole softly down the stairs. I stopped on the second floor. Thinking I heard a noise, I felt my way down into the parlor and looked out the window. The night was intensely dark, and I could see nothing. I raised the window very softly and jumped out. Large drops of rain were falling, and the darkness bewildered me. I dropped my knees and breathed a short prayer to God for guidance and protection. I groped my way to the road and rushed towards the town with almost lightning speed. I arrived at my grandmother's house, but dared not see her. She would say, "Linda, you are killing me," and I knew that would unnerve me. I tapped softly at the window of a room occupied by a woman who had lived in the house for several years. I knew she was a faithful friend and could be trusted with my secrets. I tapped several times before she heard me. At last, she raised the window and I whispered, "Sally, I have run away. Let me in quick." She opened the door softly and said in low tones, "For God's sake, don't. Your grandmother is trying to buy you and the children. Mr. Sands was here last week. He told her he was going away on business, but he wanted her to go ahead about buying you and the children, and he would help her all he could. Don't run away, Linda. Your grandmother is all bowed down with trouble now." I replied, "Sally, they are going to carry my children to the plantation tomorrow, and they will never sell them to anybody so long as they have me in their power. Now, would you advise me to go back?" "No, Chile, no," answered she. "When they find you is gone, they won't want the plague of the children. But where is you going to hide? They knows every inch of this house." I told her I had a hiding place and that was all it was best for her to know. I asked her to go into my room as soon as it was light and take all my clothes out of my truck and pack them in hers, for I knew Mr. Flint and the constable would be there early to search my room. I felt the sight of my children would be too much for my full heart. I could not go into the uncertain future without one last look. I bent over the bed where I lay my little Benny and baby Ellen, poor little ones, fatherless and motherless. Memories of their father came over me. He wanted to be kind to them, but they were not all to him, as they were to my womanly heart. I knelt and prayed for the innocent little sleepers. I kissed them lightly and turned away. As I was about to open the street door, Sally laid her hand on my shoulder and said, "Linda, is you going all alone? Let me call your uncle." "No, Sally," I replied. "I want no one to be brought into trouble on my account." I went forth into the darkness and rain. I ran until I came to the house of a friend who was to conceal me. Early in the next morning, Mr. Flint was at my grandmother's inquiring for me. She told him she had not seen me and supposed I was at the plantation. He went at He watched her face narrowly and said, "Don't you know anything about her running off?" She assured him that she did not. He went on to say, "Last night, she ran off without the least provocation. We had treated her very kindly. My wife liked her. She will soon be found and brought back. Are children with you?" When told that they were, he said, "I am very glad to hear that. If they are here, she cannot be far off. If I found out that any of my niggers have had anything to do with this damn business, I'll give them 500 lashes." As he started to go to his father, he turned round and added persuasively, "Let her be brought back, and she shall have her children to live with her." The tidings made the old doctor rave and storm at a furious rate. It was a busy day for them. My grandmother's house was searched from top to bottom. As my trunk was empty, they concluded I had taken my clothes with them. Before 10 o'clock, every vessel northward bound was thoroughly examined, and the law against harboring fugitive was read all on board. At night, a watch was set over town. Knowing how distressed my grandmother would be, I wanted to send her a message, but it could not be done. Everyone went in and out of her house, was closely watched. The doctor said he would take my children unless she became responsible for them, which of course she willingly did. The next day was spent in searching. Before night, the following advertisement was posted on every corner and in every public place for miles around. $300 reward. Ran away from the subscriber, an intelligent, bright mulatto girl named Linda, 21 years of age, 5 feet 4 inches high, dark eyes, black hair, inclined to curl, but it can be made straight, has a decayed spot on a front tooth. She can read and write, and in all probability will try to get to the Free State. All persons are forbidden, under penalty of law, to harbor or employ said slave. $150 will be given to whoever takes her in state, and $300 if taken out of the state and delivered to me or lodged in jail. Months of peril. The search for me kept up with more perseverance than I had anticipated. I began to think that escape was impossible. I was in great anxiety lest I should implicate the friend who harbored me. I knew the consequences would be frightful, and so much as I dreaded being caught, even that seemed better than causing an innocent person to suffer for the kindness to me. A week had passed in terrible suspense when my pursuers came into such close vicinity that I concluded that they had me to my hiding place. I flew out of the house and concealed myself into a thicket of bushes. There I remained in agony of fear for 2 hours. Suddenly, a reptile of some kind seized my legs. In my fright, I struck a blow which loosened its hold, but I could not tell whether I killed it. It was dark. I could not see what it was. I only knew it was something cold and slimy. The pain I felt soon indicated that the bite was poisonous. I was compelled to leave my place of concealment, and I groped my way back into the house. The pain had become intense, and my friend was startled by my look of anguish. I asked her to prepare a poultice of warm ash and vinegar, and I applied it to my leg, which was already much swollen. The application gave me some relief, but the swelling did not abate. The dread of being disabled was greater than the physical pain I endured. My friend asked an old woman who doctored among the slaves what was good for the bite of the snake or a lizard. She told her to steep a dozen of coppers in vinegar overnight and apply the cankered vinegar to the inflamed parts. 1. Note, return. The poison of a snake is a powerful acid and is counteracted by powerful alkalis such as potash, ammonia, etc. And Indians are well accustomed to apply wet ash or plunge the limb to strong lye. White man employed to lay out railroads in snaky places often carry ammonia with them as an antidote. I had succeeded in cautiously conveying some messages to my relatives. They were harshly threatened and despairing of my asking a chance to escape. They advised me to return to my master, ask for his forgiveness, and let him make an example of me. But such counsel had no influence with me. When I started upon this hazardous undertaking, I had resolved that, come what would, there should be no turning back. Give me liberty or give me death. That was my motto. When my friend contrived to make known for my relatives the painful situation I had been in for 24 hours, they said no more about my going back to my master. Something must have been done, and that speedily. But where to return for help? They knew not. God in his mercy raised up a friend in need. Among the ladies who were acquainted with my grandmother was one who had known her from childhood and always been very friendly to her. She had also known my mother and her children and felt interested for them. At the crisis of affairs, she called to see my grandmother. She not unfrequently did. She observed the sad and troubled expression on her face and asked if she knew where Linda was and whether she was safe. My grandmother shook her head without answering. Come, Aunt Martha, said the kind lady. Tell me all about it. Perhaps I can do something to help you. The husband of the lady held many slaves and bought and sold slaves. She also held a number of her own name, but she treated them kindly and would never allow any of them to be sold. She was unlike the majority of slaveholders' wives. My grandmother looked earnestly at her. Something in the expression of her face said, "Trust me," and she did trust her. She listened attentively to the details of my story and sat thinking for a while. "Alas," she said, "Auntie Martha, I pity you both. If you think there's a chance for Linda getting out of the Free State, I will conceal her for a time. But first, you must solemnly promise that my name shall not be mentioned. If such a thing should become known, it will ruin me and my family. No one in my house must know of it, except the cook. She is so faithful that I would trust my own life with her. I know she likes Linda. It's a great risk, but I trust no harm will come of it. Get word to Linda to be ready as soon as dark, before the patrols are out. I will send the housemaids on errands, and Betty shall go to meet Linda. The place where we were to meet was designated and agreed upon. My grandmother was unable to thank the lady for the noble deed. Overcome by her emotions, she sank on her knees and sobbed like a child. I received message to leave my friend's house at such an hour and go to a certain place where a friend will be waiting for me. As a matter of prudence, no names were mentioned. I had no means of conjecturing who I was to meet or where I was going. I did not like to move thus blindfolded, but I had no choice. It would not do for me to remain where I was. I disguised myself, summoned up courage to meet the worst, and went to get to the appointed place. My friend Betty was there. She was the last person I expected to see. We hurried in silence The pain of my leg was intense, and that it seemed as if I should drop, but fear gave me strength. We reached the house and entered up unobserved. Our words were, "Honey, now you is safe. Them devils ain't coming to search this house. When I get you into Mrs. Safe place, I'll bring some nice hot supper. I expect you need it after this scaring." Betty's vocation led her to think eating was the most important thing of my life. She did not realize that my heart was too full for me to care much about supper. The mistress came to meet us and led me upstairs to a small room, our own sleeping apartment. "You'll be safe here, Linda," said she. "I keep this room to store away things that are out of use. The girls are not accustomed to be sent to it, and they will not suspect anything unless they hear some noise. I always keep it locked, and Betty shall take care of the key. But you must be very careful for my sake as well as your own, and you must never tell my secret, for it will ruin me and my family. I will keep the girls busy in the morning, that Betty may have chance to bring you breakfast, but it will not do for her to come to you again till night. I will come to see you sometimes. Keep up your courage. I hope this state of things will not last long." Betty came with nice hot supper, and the mistress hastened downstairs to keep things straight till she returned. How my heart overflowed with gratitude. Words choked in my throat, but I could have kissed the feet of my benefactress for the deed of Christian womanhood. May God bless her. I went to sleep that night with the feeling that I was, for the present, the most fortunate slave in town. Morning came and filled my little cell with light. I thanked the Heavenly Father for the safe retreat. Opposite my window was a pile of feather beds. On top of it, I could lie perfectly concealed and command a view of the street through the Dr. Flint passed to his office. Anxious as I was, I felt a gleam of satisfaction when I saw him. Thus far, I had outwitted him and triumphed over it. Who can blame slaves for being cunning? They are constantly compelled to resort to it. It is the only weapon of the weak and oppressed against the strength of their tyrants. I was daily hoping to hear the master had sold my children, for I knew who was on the watch to buy them. But Dr. Flint cared even more for revenge than he did for money. My brother William and the good aunt who had served his family 20 years, and my little Benny, Ellen, who was a little over 2 years, were thrust into jail as a means of compelling my relatives to give some information about me. He swore my grandmother should never see one of them again till I was brought back. They kept the facts from me for several days. When I heard that my little ones were in a loathsome jail, my first impulse was to go to them. I was encountering dangers for the sake of freeing them, and must I be the cause of their deaths? The thought was agonizing. My benefactress tried to soothe me by telling me that my aunt would take good care of the children while they remained in jail. But it added to the pain to think that the good old aunt would have always been so kind to her sister's orphan children, should be shut up in prison for no other crime than loving them. I suppose my friends feared a reckless moment on my part, knowing as they did that my life was bound up in my children. I received a note from my brother William. It was scarcely legible and ran thus: "Wherever you are, dear sister, I beg of you not to come here. We are all much better off than you are. If you come, you will ruin us all. They will force you to tell where you had been, or they will kill you. Take the advice of your friends, if not for the sake of me and your children, at least for the sake of those who would ruin. Poor William, he also must suffer for being my brother. I took his advice and kept quiet. My aunt was taken out of jail at the end of the month because Mrs. Flint could not spare her any longer. She was tired of being her own housekeeper. It was quite fatiguing to order her dinner and eat too. My children remained in jail, where Brother William did all he could for their efforts. Betty went to see them sometimes and brought me tidings. She was not permitted to enter the jail, but William would hold them up to the greatest window, enter the jail, while she chatted with them. When she repeated their prattle and told me how they wanted to see their ma, my tears would flow. Oh, Betty would exclaim, Lord Chile, why, what's crying about? Them young uns will kill you dead. Don't be so chicken-hearted. If you does, you will never get through this world. Good old soul. She had gone through the world's childlessness. She had never had little ones to clasp their arms around her neck. She had never seen the soft eyes looking into hers. No sweet little voices had called her mother. She had never pressed her own infant to her heart with the feeling that even in fetters there was something to live for. How could she realize my feelings? Betty's husband loved children dearly and wondered why God had denied them to him. He expressed great sorrow when he came to Betty with the tidings that Ellen had been taken out of jail and carried to Dr. Flint's. She had the measles a short time before they carried her to jail, and the disease had left her eyes affected. The doctor had taken her home to attend to them. My children had always been afraid of the doctor and his wife. They had been inside their house. Poor little Ellen cried all day to be carried back to prison. The instincts of childhood are true. She knew she was loved in jail. Her screams and sobs annoyed Mrs. Flint. Before night, she called one of the slaves and said, "Here, Bill, carry this brat back to jail. I can't stand her noise. If she would be quiet, I should like to keep the little mix." She would have a handy waiting maid for my daughter and bye-bye. But if she stayed there with her white face, I suppose I should either kill her or spoil her. I hope the doctor would sell them as far as wind and water can carry them. As for their mother, her ladyship will find out yet when she gets by running away. She hasn't so much feeling for her children as a cow has for its calf. If she had, she would have come back long ago to get them out of jail and save all this expense and trouble. The good for nothing hussy. When she is caught, she shall stay in jail in irons for 6 months and then be sold to a sugar plantation. I shall see her broke in yet. What do you stand here for, Bill? Why don't you go with the brats? Mind now that you don't let any of the niggers speak to her in the street. When the remarks were reported to me, I smiled at Mrs. Flint, saying that she should either kill my child or spoil her. I thought to myself there was a little danger of the latter. I always considered it as one of God's special providences that Ellen screamed till she was carried back to jail. That night, Dr. Flint was called to a patient and did not return the next near morning. Passing my grandmother's, he saw a light in the house and thought to himself, perhaps this has something to do with Linda. He knocked. The door was open. What calls you up so early? He said. I saw your light, and I thought I would just stop and tell you that I have found out where Linda is. I know where to put my hands on her, and I shall have her before 12 o'clock. When he turned away, my grandmother and uncle looked anxiously at each other. They did not know whether or not it was merely one of the doctor's tricks to frighten them. In their uncertainty, they thought it was best to have a message conveyed to my friend Betty. Unwilling to alarm her mistress, Betty resolved to dispose of me herself. She came to me and told me to rise and dress quickly. We hurried down the stairs and across the yard into the kitchen. She locked the door and lifted up a plank in the floor. A buffalo skin and a bit of carpet were spread for me to lie on, and a quilt thrown over me. Stay there, she said, till I see if they know about you. They say they will put their hands on you before 12 o'clock. If they did know what you are, they would know now. They will be disappointed this time. That's all I got to say. If they does woman mong on things, they get one blessed assassin from this nigger. In my shallow bed, I had just room enough to bring my hands to my face to keep the dust out from my eyes. For Betty walked over me 20 times in an hour, passing from the dresser to the fireplace. When she was alone, I could hear her pronouncing anathemas over Dr. Flint and all his tribe. Even now and then saying with a chuckling laugh, this nigger took it for them this time. When the housemaids were about, she had sly ways of drawing them out, that I might hear what they would say. She would repeat stories she had heard about my being in this way, or that, or the other place. To which they would answer that I was not fool enough to be staying around there, that I was in Philadelphia or New York before this time. When all were abed and asleep, Betty raised the plank and said, "Come out, Chile, come out. They don't know nothing about you." It was white old folks' lies to scare their niggers. Some days after the adventure, I had a much worse night. As I sat very still in my retreat above stairs, cheerful visions floated through my mind. I thought Dr. Flint would soon get discouraged and would be willing to sell my children when he lost all hopes of making them the means of my discovery. I knew who was ready to buy them. Suddenly, I heard a voice that chilled my blood. The sound was too familiar to me. It had been too dreadful for me to recognize at once my old master. He was in the house, and I at once concluded that he had come to seize me. I looked round in terror. There was no way to escape. The voice receded. I suppose the constable was with him, and they were searching the house. In my alarm, I did not forget the trouble I was bringing on my generous benefactress. It seemed as if I were born to bring sorrow on all who befriended me. And that was the bitterest drop in the bitter cup of my life. After a while, I heard approaching footsteps. The key was turned in my door. I braced myself against the wall to keep it from falling. I ventured to look up, and there stood my kind benefactress alone. I was too much overcome to speak, and sunk down upon the floor. I thought you would hear my master's voice, she said, and knowing you would be terrified, I came to tell you that there's nothing to fear. You may even indulge in a laugh at the old gentleman's expense. He is sure you are in New York, that he came to borrow $500 to go in pursuit of you. My sister had some money to loan on interest. He had obtained it and proposes to start for New York tonight. So for the present, you see you are safe. The doctor will merely lighten his pocket, hunting over beds he has left behind. The children sold. The doctor came back from New York, of course, without accomplishing his purpose. He had expended considerable money and was rather disheartened. My brother and the children had now been in jail 2 months, and that was also some expense. My friends thought it was a favorable time to work on his discouraged feelings. Mr. Sand sent a speculator to offer him $900 for my brother William and $800 for the 2 children. They were high prices as slaves were then selling, but the offer was rejected. If it had been merely a question of money, the doctor would have sold any boy of Benny's age and for $200, but he could not bear to give up the power of revenge. But he was hard pressed for money, and he revolved the matter in his mind. He knew that if he could keep Ellen till she was 15, he could sell her for a high price. But I presume he reflected that she might die or might be stolen away. At all events, he came to the conclusion that he had better accept the slave trader's offer. Meeting him on the street, he inquired what he would leave town. Today, at 10 o'clock, he replied. Ah, do you go soon? Said the doctor. I have been reflecting upon your proposition, and I have concluded to let you have the 3 Negroes if you will say $1,900. After some parley, the trader agreed to his terms. He wanted the bill of sale drawn up and signed immediately. As he had a great deal to attend to. During the short time he remained in town, the doctor went to jail and told William he would take himself back to the service if he would promise to behave himself, but he replied that he would rather be sold. And you shall be sold, you ungrateful rascal, exclaimed the doctor. In less than an hour, the money was paid, the papers were signed, sealed, and delivered, and my brother and children were in the hands of the trader. It was a hurried transaction, and after it was over, the doctor's characteristic caution returned. He went back to the speculator and said, Sir, I have come to lay you under obligations of $1,000 not to sell any of those Negroes in the States. You come too late, replied the trader. Our bargain is closed. He had, in fact, already sold them to Mr. Sands, but he did not mention it. The doctor required him to put irons on the rascal bill and to pass through the back streets where he took his gang out of town. The traders was privately instructed to concede his wishes. My good old aunt went to jail to bid the children goodbye, supposing them to be a speculator's property, and that she should never see them again. As she held Benny to her lap, he said, Auntie Nancy, I want to show you something. He led her to the door and showed her a long row of marks, saying, Uncle Will taught me to count. I have made a mark for every day I have been here, and it's 60 days. It is a long time, and the speculator is going to take me and Ellen away. He is a bad man. It's wrong for him to take grandma's children. I want to go meet my mother. My grandmother was told that the children would be restored to her. She was requested to act as if they were really to be sent away. Accordingly, she made a bundle of clothes and went to jail. She arrived, she found William handcuffed among the gang and the children of the traders' cats. The scene seemed too much like reality. She was afraid there had been some deception or mistake. She fainted and was carried home. When the wagon stopped at the hotel, several gentlemen came out and proposed to purchase William, but the trader refused offers. Without stating what he already sold, he now came trying for that drove for humans driven away like cattle to be sold. They knew not where. Husbands were torn from wives, parents from children, never to look upon each other again. This side the grave, there was a wringing of hands and cries of despair. Dr. Flint had the supreme satisfaction of seeing the wagon leave town, and Mrs. Flint had the gratification of supposing that my children were going as far as the wind and water would carry them. According to the agreement, my uncle followed the wagon some miles until they came into an old farmhouse. There, the trader took the irons from William, as he said, "You are a demanding, clever fellow. I should like to own you myself." Then, gentlemen, they wanted to buy you, said you was a bright, honest chap, and I must get you a good home. I guess your old master will swear tomorrow and call himself an old fool for selling the children. I reckon he'll get their mama back again. I expect she's made tracks for the north. Good boy. Goodbye, old boy. Remember, I have done you a good turn. You must thank me by coaxing all the pretty girls to go with me next fall. That's going to be my last trip. The trader in niggers is a bad business for a fellow that got any hearts. Move on, you fellows. And the gang went on. God alone knows where. Much as despise and detest the class of slave traders, whom I regard as the vilest wretches on earth, I must do this man the justice to say that he seemed to have some feeling. He took a fancy to William in jail and wanted to buy him. When he heard the story of my children, he was willing to aid them in getting out of Dr. Flint's power, even without charging the customary fee. My uncle procured a wagon and carried William and the children back to town. Great was the joy in my grandmother's house. The curtains were closed and the candles lighted. The happy grandmother cuddled the little ones to her bosom. They hugged her and kissed her, clapping their hands and shouted. She knelt down and poured forth one of her heartfelt prayers of thanksgiving to God. The father was present for a while, and though such parental relation as existed between him and my children takes slight hold on the hearts of or consciences of slave traders, it must be that he experienced some moments of pure joy in witnessing the happiness he had imparted. I had no share in the rejoicing of that evening. The events of the day had not come to my knowledge. And now I will tell you something that happened to me. Though you will perhaps think it illustrates the superstition of slaves, I ran in my usual place on the floor near the window where I could hear much that was said in the street. Without being seen, the family had retired for the night, and all was still. I sat there thinking of my children when I heard a low strain of music. A band of serenaders were under the window playing Home Sweet Home. I listened till the sound did not seem like music, but like the mourning of children. It seemed as if my heart would burst. I rose from my sitting posture and knelt. A streak of moonlight was on the floor before me, and in the midst of it appeared the forms of my two children. They vanished, but I had seen them distinctly. Some will call it a dream, others a vision. I know not how to account for it, but it made a strong impression on my mind, and I felt certain something that happened to my little ones. I had not seen Betty since morning. Now I heard her softly turning the key. As soon as she entered, I clung to her and begged her to let me know whether my children were dead or whether they were sold, for I have seen the spirits in my room, and I was sure something had happened to them. Well, Chile, said she, putting her arms around me, you got a hysterics. I'll keep with you tonight, 'cause you'll make a noise and ruin missus. Something has stirred you up mightily. When he's done crying, I'll take you ringed up. The children is well and mighty happy. I see them myself. Does that satisfy you? The children be still. Somebody will hear you. I tried to obey her. She lay down and was soon asleep, but no sleep would come to my eyelids. At dawn, Betty was up and off to the kitchen. The hours passed on. The vision of the night kept constantly recurring my thoughts. After a while, I heard the voices of two women in the entry. One of them recognized the housemaid. The other said to her, "Did you know Linda Bear's children were sold to the Spectator today?" They said Ole Massa Flint was mighty glad to see them drove off of town, but they said they've come back again. I expect it's all over their daddy's doings. They say he brought Williams too. Lord, I hope how it will take Ole Massa Flint. I'm going round to Mattis to see about it. I bit my lips till blood came to keep from crying out. When my children with their grandma or had the speculator carry them off, the suspense was dreadful. Would Betty never come and tell the truth again? At least she came. I eagerly repeated what I had overheard. Her face was one broad, bright smile. "Lo, you foolish thing," she said. I want to tell you all about it. The girls is eating that breakfast, and Missus told me to let her tell you. But poor creature thinks right to keep you waiting. And Israel winner to you. Brother, children, is all about by the dad. He say laugh more than enough, thinking about Ole Massa Flint. Lord, how will he veal swell? He got ketchup this time. Anyhow, but I must get out of this. All this, or them girls will come and catch me. Betty went off laughing, and I said to myself, can it be true that my children are free? I have suffered for them in vain. Thank God. I have not suffered for them in vain, thank God. Great surprise was expressed when it was known that my children had returned to their grandmothers. The news spread through the town, and many a kind word was bestowed on these little ones. Dr. Flint went to my grandmother's to ascertain who was the owner of my children, and she informed him. I expected as much, he said. I am glad to hear it. I have had news from Linda lately, and I shall soon have her. You need never expect to see her free. She shall be my slave as long as I live, and when I'm dead, she shall be the slave of my children. If I ever found out that you or Philip had anything to do with her running, I'll kill him. And if I meet William on the streets and he presumes to look at me, I'll flog him within an inch of his life. Keep those brats out of my sight. As he turned to leave, my grandmother said something to remind him of his own doings. He looked back upon her as if he would have been glad to strike her to the ground. I had my season of joy and thanksgiving. It was the first time since my childhood that I experienced real happiness. I heard of the old doctor's threats, but they no longer had the same power to trouble me. The darkest cloud that hung over my life had rolled away. Whatever slavery might do to me, it could not shackle my children. If I fell a sacrifice, my little ones were saved. It was well for me, and that my simple heart believed all that they had promised for their welfare. It is always better to trust than to doubt. New perils. The doctor, more exasperated than ever, again tried to revenge himself on my relatives. He arrested Uncle Philip on the charge of having aided my flight. He was carried before a court and swore truly that he knew nothing of my intention to escape, and that he had not seen me since I left my father's plantation. The doctor then demanded that he should give bail for $500, that he would have nothing to do with me. Several gentlemen offered to be security for him, but Mr. Sands told him he had better go to jail and would see that he came out without giving bail. The news of his arrest was carried to my grandmother, who conveyed it to Betty. In the kindness of her heart, she again stowed me away under the floor, and as she walked back and forth in the performance of her culinary duties, she talked apparently to herself, but with the intention that I should hear what was going on. I hope that my uncle's imprisonment will last but few days. Still, I was anxious. I thought it likely Dr. Flint would do his utmost to taunt and insult him, and I was afraid my uncle might lose control of himself and restort it in some way that would be construed into a punishable offense. And I was well aware that the court in his word would be taken against all white man's. The search for me was reviewed. Something had excited suspicions that I was in the vicinity. They searched the house and I was in. I heard their steps and their voice. At night, when all were asleep, Betty came to release me from my place of confinement. The fright I had undergone, the constrained posture, and the dampness of the ground made me ill for several days. My uncle was soon after taken out of prison, but the moments of all my relatives and all my friends were very closely watched. We all saw that I could not remain where I was much longer. I had already stayed longer than was intended, and I knew my presence must be a source of perpetual anxiety to my kind benefactress. During this time, my friend had laid many plans for my escape, but the extreme vigilance of my persecutors made it impossible to carry them into effect. One morning, I was much startled by hearing somebody trying to get into my room. Several keys were tried, but none fitted. I instantly conjectured it was one of the maids, and I concluded she must either have some noise in their room or have noticed the entrance of Betty. When my friend came at her usual time, I told her what had happened. I know who it was, she said. Turned upon it. It was Jenny. That nigger, alas, got their devil in her. I suggested that she might have seen or heard something that excited her curiosity. Toot, toot, Chile, I explained Betty. She ain't seen nothing, nor heard nothing. She only expects something. That's why she wants to find out who had caught and made my ground. She won't never know. That's certain. I'll get Mrs. to fix her. I reflected a moment and said, Betty, I must leave here tonight. Do as you think best. Poor Chile, she replied. He's a mighty afraid that their nigger will pop on you sometime. She reported the incident to her mistress and received orders to keep Jenny busy in the kitchen until she could see my Uncle Philip. He told her he would send a friend for me, and that evening she told him she hoped I was going to the north, for it was very dangerous for me to remain anywhere in the vicinity. Alas, it was not an easy thing for one of my situation to go to the north. In order to leave the coast, the quite clear for me, she went into the country to spend the day with her brother and took Jenny with her. She was afraid to come and bid me goodbye. But she left a kind message with Betty. I heard her carriage roll from the door. I never again saw her, who had so generously befriended the poor, trembling fugitives. Though she was a slaveholder, to this day my heart blesses her. I had not the slightest idea where I was going. Betty brought me a suit of sailor's clothes, jacket, trousers, and tarpaulin hat. She gave me a small bundle, saying I might need it where I was going. In cheery tones, she exclaimed, so glad you to going to free parts. Don't forget Ole Betty. Perhaps I'll come long by and by. I tried to tell her how grateful I felt for her kindness, but she interrupted me. I don't want no thanks, honey. It's a glad I could help you, and I hope the good Lord will open the path for you. It's a gwine with you to lower gate. Put your hands in your pockets and walk rickety like the sailors. I performed her satisfaction. At the gates, I found Peter, a young colored man, waiting for me. I had known him for years. He had been an apprentice to my father and had always borne a good character. I was not afraid to trust him. Betty bade me hurried goodbye, and we walked off. Take courage, Linda, said my friend Peter, and I got a dagger, and no man shall take you from me unless he passes over my dead body. It was long time since I had taken a walk out of doors. The fresh air revived me, and it was also pleasant to hear a human voice speaking to me above a whisper. I passed several people who I knew, but they did not recognize me in disguise. I prayed internally that for Peter's sake, as well as my own, nothing might occur to bring out his dagger. He walked until we came to the wharf. My aunt Nancy's husband was sniffing seafaring man, and it had been deemed necessary to let him into our secrets. He told me into his boat, rowed out to a vessel not far distant, and hoisted me to board. We three, the only occupants of the vessel. I now ventured to ask what they proposed to do with me. They said I was to remain on board till near dawn, and then they would hide me in snaky swamp till my uncle Philip had prepared a place of concealment for me. If the vessel had been brought north, it would have no avail for me, for it would certainly have been searched. About 4 o'clock, we were again seated in the boat and rowed 3 times into the swamp. My fear of snakes had been increased by venomous bite I had received, and I dreaded to enter the hiding place. But I was in no situation to choose, and gratefully accept the best that my poor persecuted friends could do for me. Peter landed first, and with a large knife cut a path through bamboos and briars in all descriptions. She came back, took me in his arms, and carried me to a seat made among the bamboos. Before we reached it, we were covered with hundreds of mosquitoes. In an hour time, they had so poisoned my flesh that I was a pitiful sight to behold. As the light increased, I saw a snake after snake crawling round us. I had been accustomed to the sight of snakes all my life, but these were larger than anyone had ever seen. To this day, I shudder when I remember this morning. As evening approached, the number of snakes increased so much that we were continually obliged to thrash them with sticks to keep them from crawling over us. The bamboos were so high and so thick that it was impossible to see beyond a short distance. Just before it became dark, we procured a seat nearer to the entrance of the swamp, being fearful of losing our way back to the boat. It was not long before we heard the paddle of oars and the low whistle, which had been agreed upon as a signal. We had haste to enter the boat, and we rowed back to the vessel. I passed a wretched night, for the heat of the swamp, the mosquitoes, and the constant terror of snakes had brought on a burning fever. I had just dropped asleep when they came and told me it was time to go back to the horrid swamp. I could scarcely summon courage to rise, but even those large venomous snakes were less dreadful to my imagination than the white men in the community called civilized. This time, Peter took a quantity of tobacco to burn to keep off the mosquitoes. It produced the desired effect on them, but gave me nausea and severe headache. At dark, we returned to the vessel. I had been so sick during the day. The day that Peter declared I should go home, that night, if the devil himself was on patrol, they told me a place of concealment had been provided for me and my grandmothers. I could not imagine how it was possible to hide me in the house, every nook and corner of which I was known to the Flint family. They told me to wait and see. We were rowed ashore and went boldly through the streets of the grandmothers. I wore my sailor's clothes and had blackened my face with charcoal. I passed several people who I knew. The father of my children came so near that I brushed against his arm, but he had no idea who it was. You must make the most of the work, said my friend Peter, for you may not have another very soon. I thought his voice sounded sad. It was kind of him to conceal me for what a dismal hole was to be my home a long, long time. The loophole of retreat, a small shed had been added to my grandmother's house years ago. Some boards were laid across the joists at the top, and between these boards and roof was a very small garret, never occupied by anything but rats and mice. It was a pent roof covered with nothing but shingles, according to the southern customs for such buildings. The garret was only 9 feet long and 7 wide. The highest part was 3 feet high and sloped down abruptly to loose board floor. There was no admission for either light or air. My uncle Philip, who was a carpenter, had very skillfully made a concealed trapdoor which communicated with the storeroom. He had been doing this while I was waiting in the swamp. The storeroom opened upon a piazza. To this hole I was conveyed as soon as I entered the house. The air was stifling, the darkness total. A bed had been spread upon the floor. I could sleep quite comfortably on one side, but the slope was so sudden that I couldn't turn my other without hitting the roof. The rats and mice ran over my bed, but I was weary, and I slept such sleep as a wretched me when a tempest had passed over them. Morning came. I knew it only by the noises I heard, for in my small den day and night were all the same. I suffered for air even more than the light, but I was not comfortless. I heard the voices of my children. There was joy and was sadness in the sound. It made my tears flow. How I longed to speak to them. I was eager to look on their faces, but there was no hole, no crack, through which I could peep. This continued darkness was oppressive. It seemed horrible to sit or lie in a cramped position day after day without one gleam of light. Yet I would have chosen this rather than my lot as a slave, though white people considered it an easy one, and it was so compared with the fate of others. I was never cruelly overworked. I was never lacerated with a whip from head to foot. I was never so beaten and bruised that I could not turn from one side to the other. I never had my heel strings cut to prevent my running away. I was never chained to a log and forced to drag it about while I toiled in the fields from morning to night. I was never branded with hot iron or torn by bloodhounds. On the contrary, I had always been kindly treated and tenderly cared for until I came into the hands of Dr. Flint. I had never wished for freedom till then, but though my life in slavery was comparatively devoid of hardships, God pitied the woman who is compelled to lead such a life. My food was passed up to me through the trapdoor my uncle had contrived, and my grandmother and Uncle Philip and Aunt Nancy received such opportunities as they could mount up there and chat with me at the opening. But of course, this was not safe in the daytime. It must all be done in darkness. It was impossible for me to move in an erect position, but I crawled about my den for exercise. One day, I hit my head against something and found it was a gimlet. My uncle had left it sticking there when he made the trapdoor, and I was as rejoiced as Robinson Crusoe could have been at finding such a treasure. It was a lucky thought in my head. I said to myself, now I will have some light. Now I will see my children. I did not dare to begin my work during the daytime for fear of attracting attention, but I groped round, and having found the side next the street, where I could frequently see my children. I stuck the gimlets in and waited for evening. I bored 3 rows of holes, one above the other. Then I bored out the interstices between. I thus succeeded in making one hole about an inch long and an inch broad. I sat by it till late into the night to enjoy the little whiff of air that floated in. In the morning, I watched for my children. The first person I saw in the street was Dr. Flint. I had a shuddering, superstitious feeling that it was a bad omen. Several familiar faces passed by. At last, I heard the merry laugh of children, and presently 2 sweet little faces were looking up at me as though they knew I was there and were conscious of the joy they imparted. How I longed to tell them I was there. My condition was now a little improved, but for weeks I was tormented by hundreds of little red insects, fine as needles' points, that pierced through my skin and produced an intolerable burning. The good grandmother gave me herb teas and cooling medicines, and finally I got rid of them. The heat of the den was intense, for nothing but thin shingles protected me from the scorching summer's sun. But I had my consolations. Through my peeping hole, I could watch the children, and when they were near enough, I could hear their talk. Aunt Nancy brought me all the news she could hear at Dr. Flint's. From her, I learned the doctor had written to New York to a colored woman who had been born and raised in a neighborhood that had breathed his contaminating atmosphere. He offered a reward if she could find out anything about me. I know not what was the nature of her reply, but he soon after started for New York in haste, saying to his family that he had business of importance to transact. I peeped at him as he passed on his way to the steamboat. It was a satisfaction to have miles of land and water between us. Even for a little while, it was still a greater satisfaction to know that he believed me to be in the Free States. My little den seemed less dreary than it had done. He returned as he did for his former journey to New York, without obtaining any satisfactory information. When he passed our house next morning, Benny was standing at the gate. He had heard them say that he had gone to find me and had called out Dr. Flint. "Did you bring my mother home? I want to see her." The doctor stamped his foot at him in a rage and exclaimed, "Get out of the way, you little damned rascal. If you don't, I'll cut off your head." Benny ran terrified to the house, saying, "You can't put me in jail again. I don't belong to you now." It was well that the wind carried the words away from the doctor's ears. I told my grandmother of it when we had our next conference at the trapdoor, and begged for her not to allow the children to be impertinent to the irascible old man. Autumn came with a pleasant abatement of heat. My eyes had become accustomed to the dim light, and by holding my book or work in certain position near the aperture, I contrived to read, and so. That was a great relief to the tedious monotony of my life. But when the winter came, the cold penetrated through the thin shingle roof. I was dreadfully chilled. The winters there were not so long, so severe as the northern latitudes, but the houses are not built to shelter. Grandmother brought me bedclothes and warm drinks. Often I was obliged to lie in bed all day to keep comfortable, but with all my precautions, my shoulders and feet were first beaten. Oh, those long, gloomy days, with no object for my eye to rest upon, and no thoughts to occupy my mind except the dreary past and our certain future. I was thankful when there came a day sufficiently mild for me to wrap myself up and sit at the loophole to watch the passers-by. Southerners had the habit of stopping and talking in the streets, and I heard many conversations not intended to meet my ears. I heard slave hunters planning to catch some poor fugitives. Several times I heard allusions to Dr. Flint, myself, and the history of my children, who perhaps were playing near the gates. One would say, I wouldn't move my little finger to catch her as old Flint's property. Another would say, I'll catch any nigger for the reward. A man ought to have what belongs to him if he's a damned brute. The opinion was often expressed that I was in the Free States. Very least suspicion rests on my grandmother's house. It would have been burnt to the ground, but it was the last place they thought of. Yet there was no place where slavery existed that could have afforded me so good a place of concealment. Dr. Flint and his family repeatedly tried to coax and bribe my children to tell something they had said about me. One day, the doctor took them into a shop and offered them some bright little silver pieces and gay handkerchiefs if they would tell where their mother was. Ellen shrank away from him and wouldn't speak, but Benny spoke up and said, Dr. Flint, I don't know where my mother is. I guess she's in New York, and when you go there again, I wish you ask her to come home, for I want to see her. But if you put her in jail or tell her you cut her head off, I'll tell her to go right back. Christmas festivities. Christmas was approaching. Grandmother brought me materials, and I busied myself making some new garments and little paintings for my children. Were it not that ironing day is near at hand, and many families are fearfully looking forward to the probability of separation. In a few days, Christmas was to be a happy season for the poor slaves, even slave mothers try to gladden their hearts of their little ones on that occasion. Benny and Ellen had their Christmas stockings filled. Their imprisoned mother could not have the privilege of witnessing their surprising joy, but I had the pleasure of peeping at them as they went into the streets. Their imprisoned mother could not see the privilege of witnessing their surprised joy. I heard Benny ask a little playmate whether Santa Claus brought him anything. Yes, replied the boy, but Santa Claus ain't a real man. It's the children's mothers that put things into the stockings. No, that can't be, replied Benny, for Santa Claus brought Ellen and me these new clothes, and my mother has gone this long time. How I longed to tell him that his mother made those garments, and many a tear fell on them when she walked. Every child rises early on Christmas morning to see the John Canoes. Without them, Christmas will be shorn of its greatest attraction. They consist of companies of slaves from the plantations, generally the lower class. Two athletic men in calico wrappers have a net thrown over them, covered with all manner of bright-colored stripes. Cowtails are fastened to their backs, and their heads are decorated with horns. A box covered with sheepskin is called the gumbo box. A dozen beat on this, while others strike triangles and draw bones to composing songs which are sung on this occasion. These companies of 100 each turn out early in the morning, and they are allowed to go round till 12 o'clock, begging for contributions. Not a door is left unvisited where there is least chance of obtaining a penny or a glass of rum. They do not think while they are out, but carry the rum home in jugs. To have a carousel, these Christmas donations frequently amount to $20 or $30. It is seldom that any white man or child refuses to give them a trifle. If he does, they regale his ears with the following song: "Poor master, so they say, down the hill, so they say, got no money, so they say, not 1 shilling, so they say, God Almighty bless you, so they say." Christmas is a day of feasting, but with white and colored people, slaves, who are lucky enough to have a few shillings, are sure to spend them for good eating, and many a turkey and pig is captured without saying, "By your leave, sir." Those who cannot obtain these cook a possum or raccoon, from which savory dishes can be made. My grandmother raised poultry and pigs for sale. It was her established custom to have both a turkey and pig roasted for Christmas dinner. On this occasion, I was wont to keep extremely quiet because 2 guests had been invited. One of the town constable and the other was a free colored man who tried to pass himself off for white, and who was always ready to do any new work for the sake of currying favor with white people. My grandmother had a motive for inviting them. She managed to take them all over the house. All the rooms on the lower floor were thrown open for them to pass in and out, and after dinner, they were invited upstairs to look at fine mockingbird my uncle had just brought home. There, too, the rooms were all thrown open that they might look in. When I heard them talking on the piazza, my heart almost stood still. I knew this colored man had spent many nights hunting for me. Everybody knew he had a blood of a slave father in his veins. But for the sake of passing himself off for white, he was ready to kiss the slaveholder's feet. How I despised him. As the constable, he wore no false colors. The duties of his office were despicable, but he was superior to his companion, inasmuch as they did not pretend to be what he was not. Any white man who could raise money enough to buy a slave would have considered himself degraded by being a constable. But the office enabled his possessor to exercise authority. If he found any slave out after 9 o'clock, he could whip himself as much as he liked, and the privilege to be coveted. When the guests were ready to depart, my grandmother gave each of them some of her nice pudding as presents for their wives. Through my peephole, I saw them go out of the gate, and I was glad when it closed after them. So passed the first Christmas in my den. Still in prison. When spring returned, I took in the little patch of green the aperture commanded. I asked myself how many more summers and winters I must be condemned to spend thus. I longed to draw in a plentiful draught of fresh air, to stretch my cramped limbs, to have room to stand erect, to feel the earth under my feet again. My relatives were constantly on the lookout for a chance to escape, but none offered that seemed practicable and even tolerably safe. The hot summer came again and made the turpentine drop from the thin roof over my head. During the long nights, I was restless for want of air. I had no room to toss and turn. There was but one compensation. The atmosphere was so stifled that even mosquitoes wouldn't condescend to buzz in it. It was with all my detestation of Dr. Flint, I could hardly wish him a worse punishment, either in the world or that which is to come, than to suffer what I suffered in one single summer. Yet the laws allowed him to be out in free air, while I, the guiltless of crime, was pent up here. As the only means of avoiding the cruelties the law allowed him to inflict upon me. I don't know what kept life within me. Again and again, I thought I should die before long, but I saw the leaves of another autumn whirl through the air and felt the touch of another winter. In summer, the most terrible thunderstorms were acceptable, for the rain came through the roof, and I rolled up my bed that it might cool the hot birds underneath it. Later in the season, storms sometimes wet my clothes through and through, and that was not comfortable. When the air grew chilly, moderate storms I could keep out by filling the chinks with oakum. But comfortable as my situation was, I had glimpses of things out of door, which made me thankful of my wretched hiding place. One day, I saw a slave pass our gate, muttering, "It's his own, he can kill it if he will." My grandmother told me that woman's history. Her mistress had that day seen a baby for the first time. In the lineaments of the fair face, she saw a likeness to her husband. She turned the bondwoman and her child out of doors and forbade her ever to return. The slave went to her master and told him what had happened. He promised to talk with her mistress and make all things right. The next day, she and her baby were sold to a Georgia trader. Another time, I saw a woman rush wildly by, pursued by two men. She was a slave, the wet nurse of her mistress's children. For some trifling offenses, her mistress ordered her to be stripped and whipped. To escape the degradation and the torture, she rushed to the river, jumped in, and ended her wrongs in death. Senator Brown of Mississippi could not be ignorant of such facts as these, but they are frequent occurrences in every southern state. Yet he stood up in the Congress of the United States and declared that slavery was a great moral, social, and political blessing, a blessing to the master and a blessing to the slave. I suffered much more during the second winter than I did during the first. My limbs were benumbed by inaction, and the cold filled them with cramp. I had very painful sensation of coldness in my head. Even my face and tongue stiffened. I lost the power of speech. Of course, it was impossible under the circumstances to summon any physician. My brother came and did all he could for me. Uncle Philip also watched tenderly over me, and poor grandmother crept up and down to inquire whether there was any signs of returning life. I was restored to consciousness by the dashing of cold water in my face, and found myself leaning against my brother's arm while he bent over with streaming eyes. He afterwards told me he thought I was dying, for I had been in an unconscious state 16 hours. I next became delirious and was in great danger of betraying myself and my friends. To prevent this, they filled me with drugs. I remained in bed 6 weeks, weary in the body and sick at heart. How to get medical advice was the question. William finally went to a Thompson doctor and described himself as having all my pains and aches. He returned with herbs, roots, and ointment. He was especially charged to rub the ointment by a fire, but how could a fire be made in my little den? Charcoal in a furnace was tried, but there was no outlet for the gas, and it nearly cost me my life. Afterwards, coal already kindled were brought up in an iron pan and placed on bricks. I was so weak, and it was long since I had enjoyed the warmth of a fire. that those few calls actually made me weep. I think the medicine did me some good, but my recovery was very slow. Dark thoughts passed through my mind as I lay there day after day. I tried to be thankful for my little cell, dismal as it was, and even to love it as part of the price I had to pay for the redemption of my children. Sometimes I thought God was a compassionate Father who would forgive my sins for the sake of my sufferings. At other times, it seemed to me there was no justice in mercy in the divine government. I asked why the curse of slavery was permitted to exist and why I had been so persecuted and wronged for youth upward. These things took the shape of misery, which is to today not so clear to my soul as I trust it will be hereafter. In the midst of my illness, grandmother broke down under the weight and anxiety and toil. The idea of losing her, who had always been my best friend and a mother to my children, was the sorest trial I yet had. Oh, how earnestly I prayed that she might recover. How hard it seemed that I could not stand upon her, who had so long and so tenderly watched over me. One day, the screams of a child made me with strength to crawl to my peeping hole, and I saw my son covered with blood. A fierce dog, usually kept chained, had seized and beaten him. A doctor was sent for, and I heard the groans and screams of my child while the wounds were being sewed up. Oh, what torture to a mother's heart to listen to this and be unable to go to him. But childhood is like a day in spring, alternately shower and sunshine. Before Benny was bright and lively, threatening the destruction of the dog, and great was his delight when the doctor told him the next day the dog had beaten another boy and been shot. Benny recovered from his wounds, but it was long before he could walk. When my grandmother's illness became known, many ladies who were our customers called to bring her some little comforts and to inquire whether she had everything she wanted. And Nancy one night asked permission to watch with her sick mother, and Mrs. Flint replied, "I don't see any need for your going. I can't spare you." But when she found other ladies in the neighborhood were so attentive, not wishing to be outdone in Christian charity, she also sallied forth in magnificent condescension and stood beside of her who had loved her in her fancy and who had been repaid by such grievous wrongs. She seemed surprised to find her so ill and scolded Uncle Philip for not sending Dr. Flint. She herself sent for him immediately, and he came. Secure as I was in my retreat, I should have been terrified if I had known he was so near me. He pronounced my grandmother in a very critical situation and said if her attending physician wished it, he would visit her. Nobody wished to have him coming to the house at all hours. We were not disposed to give him a chance to make a long bill. As Mrs. Flint went out, Sally told her the reason Benny was that the dog had beaten him. I'm glad of it, replied she. I wish she had killed him. It would be good news to send to his mother. Her day will come. The dogs will grab her. Yet, with these Christian words, she and her husband departed, which, to my great satisfaction, returned no more. I learned my Uncle Philip with feelings of unspeakable joy and gratitude that crisis was past and my grandmother would live. I could now say from my heart, God is merciful. He has spared me the anguish of feeling that I caused her death. the candidate for Congress. The summer had nearly ended when Dr. Flint made a third visit to the New York in search of me. 2 candidates were running for Congress, and he returned in season to vote. The father of my children was the Whig candidate. The doctor had hitherto been a staunch Whig, but now he exerted all his energy for the defeat of Mr. Sands. He invited large parties of men to dine in the shade of trees and supplied them with plenty of rum and brandy. If any poor fellow drowned his wits in the bowl and in the openness of his convivial heart proclaimed that he did not mean to vote the Democratic ticket, he was shoved into the streets without ceremony. The doctor expended his liquor in vain. Mr. Sands was elected, and an event which occasioned me some anxious thoughts. He had not emancipated my children, and if he should die, they would be at the mercy of his heirs. 2 little voices that frequently met my ear seemed to plead with me not to let their father depart without striving to make their freedom secure. Years had passed since I had spoken to him. I had not even seen him since the night I passed him unrecognized in my disguise of a sailor. I supposed he would call before he left to say something to my grandmother concerning the children, and I resolved what course to take. That the day before his departure for Washington, I made arrangements toward evening to get from my hiding place into the storeroom. Before I found myself so stiff and clumsy that it was with great difficulty I could hitch from one resting place to another. When I reached the storeroom, my ankles gave way under me, and I sank exhausted on the floor. It seemed as if I could never use my limbs again, but the purpose I had in view roused all strength I had. I crawled on my hands and knees to the window and screamed behind the barrier. I waited for his coming. The clock struck 9, and I knew the steamboat would leave between 10 and 11. My hopes were failing, but presently I heard his voice saying to someone, "Wait for me a moment. I wish to see Aunt Martha." When he came out, as he passed the window, I said, "Stop 1 moment and let me speak for my children." He started, hesitated, and then passed on and went out of the gate. I closed the shutter I had partially opened and sank down behind the barrel. I had suffered much, but seldom had I experienced a keener pang than I then felt. Had my children then become of so little consequence to him, and had he little feeling for their wretched mother, that he would not listen a moment while she pleaded for them? Painful memories were so busy within me that I forgot I had not hooked the shutter till I heard someone opening it. I looked up. He had come back. "Who called me?" said he in a low tone. "I did," I replied. "Oh, Linda," said he. "I knew your voice, but I was afraid to answer, lest my friends should hear me. Why did you come here? Is it possible you risk yourself in this house? They are mad to allow it. I shall expect to hear that you are all ruined." I did not wish to implicate him by letting him know my place of concealment. So I merely said, "I thought you would come to bid grandmother goodbye. So I came here to speak a few words to you about emancipating my children. Many changes may take place during the 6 months you are gone to Washington, and it does not seem right for you to expose them to the risk of such changes. I want nothing for myself. All I ask is that you will free my children or authorize some friends to do it before you go." He promised he would do it, and also expressed the readiness to make all arrangements whereby I could be purchased. I I heard footsteps approaching and closed the shutter hastily. I wanted to crawl back into my den without letting the family know what I had done, for I knew they would deem it very imprudent. But he stepped back into the house to tell my grandmother that he had spoken with me at the storeroom window and to beg of her not to allow me to remain in the house overnight. He said it was the height of madness for me to be there, that we should certainly all be ruined. Luckily, he was too much of a hurry to wait for a reply. Oh, the dear old woman would surely have told him all. I tried to go back to my den, but found it more difficult to go up than I had come down. Now my mission was fulfilled. The little strength that had supported me through it was gone. I sank helpless on the floor. My grandmother, alarmed at the risk I had run, came into the storeroom in the dark and locked the door behind her. "Linda," she whispered, "where are you?" "I'm here by the window," I replied. I couldn't have him go away without emancipating the children. Who knows what may happen? Come, child," she said. "It won't do for you to stay here another minute. You've done wrong, but I can't blame you. Poor thing." I told her I could not return without assistance, and she must call my uncle. Uncle Philip came, and pity prevented him from scolding me. He carried me back to the dungeon and laid me tenderly on the bed, gave me some medicine, and asked me if there was anything he could do. Then he went away, and I was left with my own thoughts, starless as the midnight darkness around me. My friend feared I should become a cripple for life, and I was so weary of my long imprisonment that had it not been for the hope of serving my children, I should have been thankful to die, but for their sakes, I was willing to bear on. Competition in cunning. Dr. Flint had not given me up. Every now and then, he would say to my grandmother, I would yet come back and voluntarily surrender myself, and then, when I did, I could be purchased by my relatives or anyone who wished to buy me. I knew his cunning nature too well not to perceive that this was a trap laid for me, and so all my friends understood it. I resolved to match my cunning against his cunning. In order to make him believe that I was in New York, I resolved to write him a dated letter from that place. I sent for my friend Peter and asked him if he knew any trustworthy seafaring person who would carry such a letter to New York and put it in the post office there. He said he knew one that he would trust with his own life and to the ends of the earth, of the world. I reminded him that it was a hazardous thing for him to undertake. He said he knew it, but he was willing to do anything to help me. I expressed a wish for a New York paper to ascertain the names of some of the streets. He ran his hands into his pocket and said, "Here's half a one," and that was a round cap I bought of peddler yesterday. I told him the letter will be ready the next evening. He bade me goodbye, adding, "Keep your spirits, Linda. Brighter days will come by and by." My uncle Philip kept watch over the gate until our brief interview was over. Early the next morning, I seated myself near the little aperture to examine the newspaper. It was a piece of New York Herald, and for once, the paper that systematically abuses the colored people was made to render them a service. Having obtained what information I wanted concerning streets and numbers, I wrote 2 letters, one to my grandma, the other to Dr. Flint. I reminded him how he, a gray-headed man, had treated the helpless child who had been placed in his power, and what years of miseries he had brought upon her. To my grandmother, I expressed a wish to have my children sent to me at the north, where I could teach them to respect themselves and set them a virtuous example, which a slave mother was not allowed to do at the south. I asked her to direct her answer to a certain street in Boston, as I did not live in New York, though I went there sometimes. I dated these letters ahead to allow for the time it would take to carry them, and sent a memorandum of the date to the messenger. When my friend came for the letters, I said, God bless and reward Peter for this disinterested kindness. Pray be careful if you are detected. Both you and I will have suffered dreadfully. I have not a relative who would dare to do it for me. He replied, you may trust me, Linda. I don't forget what your father was the best friend, and I will be a friend to his children so long as God lets me live. It was necessary to tell my grandmother what I had done in order that she might be ready for the letter and prepared to hear what Dr. Flint might say about my being at the north. She was sadly troubled. She felt sure mischief would come of it. I also told my plan to my Aunt Nancy in order that she might report to us that was said at Dr. Flint's house. I whispered it to her through a crack and whispered back, I hope it will succeed. I shan't mind being a slave all my life. I can only see you, the children, free. I directed that my letters should be put in the New York Post Office on the 20th of the month. On the evening of 24th, my aunt came to say that Dr. Flint and his wife had been talking in a low voice about a letter he received, that when he went to his office, he promised to bring it when he came to tea. So I concluded I should hear my letter read the next morning. I told my grandmother Dr. Flint would be sure to come and ask her to have him sit near a certain door and leave it open, that I might hear what he said. The next morning, I took my station within the sound of that door and remained motionless as a statue. It was not long before I heard the gate slam and the well-known footsteps entered the house. He was seated himself in the chair that was placed for him and said, well, Martha, I brought you a letter from Linda. She has sent me a letter also. I know exactly where to find her, but I don't choose to go to Boston for her. I had rather she would come back to her own accord in a respectable manner. Our Uncle Philip is the best person to go for her. With him, she would feel perfectly free to act. I am willing to pay his expenses, going and returning. She shall be sold to her friends. Her children are free, and at least I suppose they are. And when you obtain her freedom, you make a happy family. I suppose, Martha, you have no objection to my reading to you the letter Linda has written to you. He broke the seal, and I heard him read it. The old villain, he had suppressed the letter I wrote to my grandmother and prepared a substitute of his own, the purport of which was followed. Dear grandmother, I have long wanted to write you, but the disgraceful manner in which I left you and my children made me ashamed to do it. If you knew how much I have suffered since I ran away, you would pity and forgive me. I have purchased freedom at the dear rate. If arrangements could be made for me to return to the South without being a slave, I would gladly come. If not, I beg of you to send my children to the North. I cannot live any longer without them. Let me know in time. I will meet them in New York or Philadelphia, whichever place best suits my uncle's convenience. Write as soon as possible to your unhappy daughter, Linda. It was very much as I expected it would be, said the old hypocrite, rising to go. You see, this foolish girl has repented of her rashes and wants to return. We must help her do it. Martha, talk with Philip about it. If he will go for her, she will trust to him and come back. I should like an answer tomorrow. Good morning, Martha. As he stepped out of Piazza, he stumbled over my little girl. Ah, Ellen, is that you? He said in his most gracious manner. I didn't see you. How do you do? Pretty well, sir, she replied. I heard you tell grandmother that my mother is coming home. I want to see her. Yes, Ellen, I am going to bring her home very soon, rejoined he, and you shall see her as much as you like, you little curly-headed nigger. This was good as a comedy to me. Who had heard it all, but grandmother was frightened and distressed because the doctor wanted my uncle to go for me. The next evening, Dr. Flint called to talk the matter over. My uncle told him that from what he heard of Massachusetts, he judged he should be mobbed, or if he went there after a runaway slave. All stuff and nonsense, Philip, replied the doctor. Do you suppose I want to kick up a row in Boston? The business can all be done quietly. Linda writes that she wants to come back. You are a relative and she will trust you. The case would be different if I went. She might object to coming with me and be deemed abolitionist. If they knew I was her master, would not believe me. If I told them she had begged to go back, they would get up a row. And I should not like to see Linda dragged through the streets like a common Negro. She has been very ungrateful to me for all my kindness, but I forgive her and want to act the part of a friend towards her. I have no wish to hold her as my slave. Our friends can buy her as soon as she arrives there. Finding that this argument failed to convince my uncle, the doctor let the cat out of the bag by saying that he had written to the mayor of Boston to ascertain whether there was a person of my description at the street and number with which my letter was dated. He had omitted this day in the letter he had made up to read to my grandmother. If I had dated from New York, the old man would probably have made another journey to the city. But even in what dark region, where knowledge is so carefully excluded from the slave, I have heard enough about Massachusetts to come to the conclusion that slaveholders did not consider it a comfortable place to go in search of a runaway. That was before the fugitive slave law was passed, before Massachusetts had consented to become a nigger hunter for the South. My grandmother, who had become skittish by seeing her family always in danger, came to me with a very distressed countenance. What will you do if the mayor of Boston sends him a word that you haven't been there? Then he will suspect the letter was a trick, and maybe he will find out something about it, and we shall all get into trouble. Oh, Linda, I wish you had never sent the letters. Don't worry yourself, grandmother, said I. The mayor of Boston won't trouble himself to hunt niggers for Dr. Flint. The letters will do good in the end. I shall get out of this dark hole sometime or other. I hope you will, child, replied the good parent's patient old friend. You have been here a long time, almost 5 years, but whenever you do go, it will break your old grandmother's heart. I should be expecting every day to hear that you were brought back in irons and put in chain. God help you, poor child. Let us be thankful that sometime or other we shall go, where the wicked cease from troubling and the weary are rest. My heart responded, Amen.
The fact that Dr. Fling had written the Mayor of Boston convinced me that he believed my letter to be genuine, and of course, that he had no suspicion of my being anywhere in the vicinity. It was great object to keep up this delusion, for this made me my friends feel less anxious, and it was very convenient whenever there was a chance to escape. I resolved, therefore, to continue to write letters from the north from time to time. 2 weeks or 3 weeks passed, and as now news came from the Mayor of Boston, grandmother began to listen to my entity to be allowed to leave my cell sometimes and exercise my limbs to prevent becoming a cripple. I was allowed to slip down into the small storeroom early in the morning and remain there a little while. The room was all filled up with barrels, except a small open space under my trap door. This faced the door, the upper part of which was glass, and purposely left uncurtained, that the curious might look in. The air of this place was close, but it was so much better than the atmosphere of my cell that I dreaded to return. I came down as soon as it was light and remained till 8 o'clock, when people began to be about, and there was danger that someone might come into the piazza. I had tried various applications to bring warmth and feeling into my limbs, but without avail. They were so numb and stiff that it was a painful effort to move, and had my enemies come upon me during the first morning, I tried to exercise them a little in the small unoccupied place of the storeroom. It would have been impossible for me to have escaped. Important era in my brother's life. I missed the company and kind attentions of my brother William, who had gone to Washington with his master, Mr. Sand. We received several letters from him, written without any allusion to me, but expressed in such manner that I knew he did not forget me. I disguised my hand and wrote to him in the same manner. It was a long season, and when it closed, William wrote to inform us that Mr. Sand was going to the north to be gone some time, and that he was to accompany him. I knew that his master has promised to give him his freedom, but no time had been specified. Will William trust a slave's chances? I remembered how we used to talk together in our young days about obtaining our freedom, and I thought it very doubtful whether he could come back to us. Grandmother received a letter from Mr. Sand, saying that William had proved a most faithful servant, and he would also say a valued friend, that no mother had ever trained a better boy. He said it had traveled through the northern state and Canada, and though the abolitionists had tried to decoy him away, they had never succeeded. He ended by saying they should be at home shortly. We expected letters from William, describing the novelties of his journey, but none came. In time, it was reported that Mr. Sand would return late in the autumn, accompanied by a bride. Still no letters from William. I felt almost sure I should never see him again on Southern Oil, but had no word of comfort to send to his friends at home. The poor captive in my dungeon. My thought wandered through the dark past and over the uncertain future alone in my cell, where no eye but ghosts could see me. I wept bitter tears. How earnestly I prayed to him to restore me to my children and enable me to be a useful woman and a good mother. At the last day arrived for the return of the travelers, grandmother had made loving preparations to welcome her absent boy back to the old Hudson. When the dinner table was laid, William's place occupied its old place. The stagecoach went went by empty. My grandmother waited dinner. She thought perhaps it was unnecessarily detained by his master. In my prison, I listened anxiously, expecting every moment to hear my dear brother's voice and step. In the course of the afternoon, a lad was sent by Mr. Sam to tell grandmother that William did not return with him, that the abolitionists had decoyed him. But he begged her to not feel trouble about it, for he felt confident she would see William in a few days. As soon as he had time to reflect, he would come back. But he could never expect to be so well off at the north as he had been with him. If you had seen the tears and they had the sob, you would have heard the thought the messenger had brought tidings of death instead of freedom. Poor old grandmother felt that she should never see her darling boy again. And I was selfish. I thought more of that I had lost than what my brother had gained. A new anxiety began to trouble me. Mr. San has expended a good deal of money, and he will naturally feel irritated by the loss he had incurred. I greatly feared this might injure the perspectives of my children, who were now becoming valuable property. I longed to have their emancipation made certain, the more so because their master and father was now married. I was too familiar with slavery not to know that promises made to slave, though with kind intention and sincere at times, depend upon many contingencies for their fulfillment. Much as I wished William to be free, the step he had taken made me sad and anxious. The following Sabbath was calm and clear, so beautiful that it seemed like Sabbath in the eternal world. My grandmother brought the children out of the piazza, that I might hide her voices. She thought it would comfort me in my despondency, and it did. They chattered merrily as only children can. Benny said, "Grandmother, do you think Uncle Will has gone for good? Won't he ever come back again? Maybe he will find Mother. If he does, won't be glad to see him again. Why don't you and Uncle Philip and all of us go and live where Mother is? I should like it, wouldn't you, Ellen?" "Yes, I should like it," replied Ellen. "But how could we find her? Do you know the place, Grandmother? I don't remember how Mother looked. Do you, Benny?" Benny was just beginning to describe me when they were interrupted by an old slave woman, a near neighbor named Adrian. This poor creature had witnessed the sale of her children and seen them carried off to the parts unknown, without any hope of ever hearing from them again. She saw that my grandmother had been weeping, and she said in a sympathizing tone, "What's the matter, Aunt Mattie?" "Oh, Adrian," she replied, "it seems as if I don't have any of my children or grandchildren left to me a drink when I'm dying, and lay my old body in the ground. My boat didn't come back with Mr. Sand. He said that did not." Poor old Edgy clapped her hand for joy. "Is that why you are crying for?" she exclaimed. "Get on your knees and praise the Lord. I don't know where my poor children is, and I never expect to know. You don't know where poor Linda's gone to, but you do know where her brother is. He's in a fine part, and that's the right place. Don't murmur at the God doings, but get down on your knees and thank him for his goodness." My selfishness was rebuked by what poor Edgy said. She rejoiced over the escape of one who was merely her fellow bondman. Well, his own sister was only thinking what his good fortune might cause her children. I kneeled and prayed God to forgive me, and I thank him from my heart that one of my family was saved from the grasp of slavery. It was not long before we received a letter from William. He wrote that Mr. San had always treated him kindly, and that he tried to do his duty to him faithfully. But ever since he was a boy, he had longed to be free. and he had already gone through enough to convince him that he had better not to lose the chance that offered. He concluded by saying, "Don't worry about me, dear grandmother, and I shall think of you always, and it will spur me on to work hard and try to do right. When I have earned money enough to give you a home, perhaps we will come to the north and we will all live happy together." Mr. San told my Uncle Phillips the particular about William's leaving. He said, "I trusted him as if he were my own brother and treated him as kindly." The abolitionists talked to him in several places, but I had no idea they could attempt him. However, I don't blame William. He's young and considerate, and those northern rascals decoyed him. I must confess the scam was very bold about it. I met him coming down the steps of the Osto house with his trunk on his shoulder, and I asked him where he was going. He said he was going to change his old trunk. I told him it was rather shabby and asked if he don't need some money. He said, "No, thank me," and went off. He did not return so soon as I expected, but I waited patiently. At last, I went to see if our trunks were packed, ready for our journey. I found them locked, and a sealed note on the table informed me where I could find the keys. The fellow even tried to be religious. He wrote that he hoped God will always bless me and reward me for my kindness, that he was not unwilling to serve me, but he wanted to be a free man, and that if I told he did wrong, he hoped I would forgive him. I intended to give him his freedom in 5 years. He might have trusted me. He has shown himself ungrateful, but I shall not go for him or send for him. I feel confident that he will soon return to me. I afterward had an account of their affair from William himself. He had not been urged by abolitionists. He needed no information they could give him about slavery to stimulate his desire for freedom. He looked at his hand and remembered that they were once in irons. What security had he that they would not be so again? Mr. San was kind to him, but he might indefinitely postpone the promise he had made to give him his freedom. He might come under pecuniary embarrassment and his property be seized by creditors, or he might die without making any arrangement in his favor. He had too often known such accidents to happen to slaves who had kind masters, and he wisely resolved to make sure of the present opportunity to earn himself. He was scrupulous about taking any money from his master on false pretenses. So he sold his best clothes to pay for his passage to Boston. The slaveholders pronounced him a base, ungrateful rich for thus requiting his master's indulgence. What would they have done under similar circumstances? When Dr. Fielding's family heard that William has deserted Mr. Sands, they chuckled greatly over the news. Mrs. Flint made her usual manifestations of Christian feeling by saying, I'm glad of it. I hope you will never get him again. I like to see people pay back in their own coin. I reckon Linda's children will have to pay for it. I should be glad to see them in the speculator's hand again, for I'm tired of seeing those little niggers march about the street. We expected letters from William describing the novelties of his journey, but none came. In time, it was reported that Mr. San will return late in the autumn, accompanied by a bride. Still no letters from William. I felt almost sure I should never see him again on Southern soil, but had no word of comfort to send to his friends at home, to the poor captive in her dungeon. My thought wandered through the dark past and over this uncertain future. Alone in my cell, where no eye but God could see me, I weep bitter tears. How earnestly I prayed to him to restore me to my children and enable me to be a useful woman and a good mother. At last, the day arrived for the return of the travelers. Grandmother had made loving preparation to welcome her absent boy back to the old hearthstone. When the dinner table was laid, William's place occupied its old place. The stagecoach went by empty. My grandmother waited dinner. She thought perhaps he was necessarily detained by his master. In my prison, I listened anxiously, expecting every moment to hear my dear brother's voice and step. In the course of the afternoon, a lad was sent by Mr. Sam to tell my grandmother that William did not return with him, that the abolitionists had decoyed him away. But he begged her to not feel troubled about it, for he felt confident she would see William in a few days. As soon as he had reflected, he will come back, for he could never expect to be so well off at the north he had been with him. If you had seen the tears and heard the sobs, you would have thought the messenger had brought tidings of death instead of freedom. Poor old grandmother felt that she should never see her darling boy again, and I was selfish. I told more of that I had lost than what of my brother had gained. A new anxiety began to trouble me. Mr. San had expended a good deal of money. I would naturally feel irritated by the loss he had incurred. I greatly feared this might injure the prospects of my children, who were now becoming valuable property. I longed to have their imitation made certain. To more so because their master and father was now married. I was too familiar with slavery not to know that promises made to slave, though with kind intentions and sincere at the time, depend upon many contingencies for their fulfillment. Much I wish William to be free. The step we are taking made me sad and anxious. The following Sabbath was calm and clear, so beautiful that it seemed like Sabbath in the eternal world. My grandmother brought the children out of the piazza, that I thought I heard their voices. Poor old Eji clapped her hands in joy. In that was, but you do know where her brother is. He's in a fine part, unless the right place. Don't murmur at the God's doing, but get down on your knees and thank him for all his goodness. It was not long before we received a letter from William. He wrote that Mr. San has always treated him kind and that he had tried to do his duty to him faithfully, but ever since he was a boy, he had longed for free. And he had already gone through enough to convince him he had better not to lose the chance that offered. He concluded by saying, "Don't worry about me, dear grandmother. I shall think of you always, and it will spur on the world hard and try to do right. When I have earned money enough to give you a home, perhaps we will come to the north and we will live there happy." Mr. San told my uncle please the particular about William's leaving him. He said I trusted him as if he were my own brother and treated him as kindly as I could. The abolitionists talked to him in several places, but I had no idea they could tempt him. However, I don't blame William. He's young and inconsiderate, and those northern rascals decoyed him. I must confess the scamp was very bold about it. I met him coming down the steps of the Astor House with his tongue on his shoulder, and I asked him when he was going. He said he was going to change his old trunk. I told him it was rather shabby and asked if he don't need some money. He said no, thank me, and went off. He did not return so soon as I expected, but I waited patiently. At last, I went to see if our trunks were packed, ready for our journey. I found them locked, and a sealed note on the table informed me where I could find the keys. The fellow even tried to be religious. He wrote that he hoped God will always bless me and reward me for my kindness. Afterwards, had an account of the affair William himself. He had not been urged away by abolitionists. He needed no information they could give him about slavery slavery to stimulate his desire for freedom. He took his hand and remembered that there were once in irons, but security had they would not be so again. Mr. San was kind to him, but he might indefinitely postpone the promises that he had made to him his freedom. He might come under pecuniary embarrassment, and his property may be seized by creditors, or he might die without making any arrangement in his favor. Kind masters and wisely resolved to make sure of the present opportunity to himself. He was scrupulous about taking any money from his masters on full presence. Mr. Dr. Flynn's family heard that William had deserted Mr. San. They chuckled greatly over the news. New destination for the children. Mr. Flynn proclaimed her intention of information Mr. San, who was the father of my children. She likewise proposed to tell her what an artful devil I was, that I had made a great deal of trouble in her family, that when Mr. San was at North, she didn't doubt I had followed him in disguise and persuaded William to run away. She had some reason to entertain such an idea, for I had written from the North from time to time and dated my letters from various places. Many of them fell into Dr. Flynn's hand, as I expected they would, and he must have come to the conclusion that I traveled about a good deal. He kept a close watch over my children, thinking they would eventually lead to my detection. A new and unexpected trial was in store for me. One day, when Mr. San and his wife were walking in the street, they met Benny. The lady took a fancy to him and exclaimed, "What a pretty little Negro! Whom does he belong to?" Benny did not hear the answer, but he came home very indignant with the strange lady, because she had called him a Negro. A few days afterwards, Mr. San called on my grandmother and told her he wanted her to take the children to his house. He said he had informed his wife of his relation to them and told her they are motherless and she wanted to see them. When she had gone, my grandmother came and asked what I would do. The question seemed a mockery. What could I do? They were Mr. San's slaves, and their mother was a slave, whom he had represented to be dead. Perhaps he thought I was too much in pain and puzzled to come to any decision, and the children were carried without my knowledge. Mr. San had a sister from Illinois staying with her. This lady, who had no children of her own, was too much pleased with Ellen that she offered to adopt her and bring her up as she would a daughter. Mrs. San wanted to take Benjamin. When grandmother reported this to me, I was tried almost beyond endurance. What this all I was to gain by what I had offered for the sake of having my children free. True, the prospect seemed fair, but I knew too well how lightly slaveholders held such parental relations. If trouble should come, or if the new wife required more money than could conveniently be spared, my children might be thought of as a convenient means of raising funds. I had no trust in the old slavery matter. Never should I know peace till my children were emancipated with all due formalities of law. I was too proud to ask Mr. San to do anything for my own benefit. Could I bring myself to become a supplicant for my children? I resolved to mind him of the promise he had made me, and to throw myself upon his honor for the performance of it. I persuaded my grandmother to go to him and tell him I was not dead, and that I earnestly entreated him to keep the promise he had made to me, that I had heard of the recent proposals concerning my children, and did not feel easy to accept them, that he had promised to emancipate them, and it was time for them to redeem his pledge. I knew there was some risk in thus betraying that I was in the vicinity, but what will a mother do for her children? He received the message with surprise and said, "The children are free. I've never intended to claim them as slaves. Linda may decide their fate. In my opinion, they had better be sent to the north. I don't think they are quite safe here." Dr. Flynn boasts that they are still in his power. He says they were his daughter's property, and as she was not of the age when they were sold, the contract is not legally binding. So then, after all I had endured for their sakes, my poor children were between two fires, between my old master and their new master, and I was powerless. There was no protecting arm of the law for me to invoke. Mr. Sands proposed to Ellen should go, for the present, to some of his relatives, who had removed to Brooklyn, Long Island. It was promised that she could be well taken care of and sent to school. I consisted to let it be, as the best arrangement I could make for her. My grandmother, of course, negotiated it all, and Mr. Sands knew of another person in the transaction. She proposed that they should take Ellen with them to Washington and keep her till they had a good chance of sending her with friends. The Brooklyn. She had an infant daughter. I had a glimpse of it as the nurse passed with it in her arms. It was not pleasant thought to me that the bondswoman child should tend her freeborn sister, but there was no alternative. Ellen was ready for the journey. Oh, how it tried my heart to send her away, so young alone among strangers, without a mother's love to shelter her from the storms of life, almost without memory of a mother. I doubted whether she and Benny would have for me the natural affection the children feel for a parent. I told myself that I might perhaps never see my daughter again, and I had a great desire that she should look upon me before she went, that she may take my image with her in her memory. It seemed to me to cruel heart both to my dungeon. It was sorrow enough for a young heart to know that her mother was a victim of slavery. Without seeing the rich hiding place to which it had driven her, I begged permission to pass the last night in one of the open chambers with my little daughter. They thought I was crazy to think of trusting such a young child with my little secret. I told them I had watched her character, and I felt sure she would not betray me. But I was determined to have an interview, and if they would not facilitate it, I would take my own way to obtain it. They remonstrated against the rashness of such proceeding, but finding they could not change my purpose, they yelled. I slipped through the trapdoor into the storeroom, and my uncle kept watch at the gate while I passed into the piazza and went upstairs to the room I used to occupy. It was more than 5 years since I had seen it, and how the memories crowded on me. There I had taken shelter when my mistress dropped me from her house. There came my old tyrant to mock, insult, and curse me. There my children were first laid in my arms. There I had watched over them, each day with a deeper and sadder love. There I had kneeled to God in an anguish of heart to forgive the wrong I have done. How vividly it came back, and after this long, gloomy interval, I stood there soaked awake. In the midst of these meditations, I heard footsteps on the stairs. The door opened, and my uncle Philip came in, leading Ellen by the hand. I put my arms around her and said, "Ellen, my dear child, I'm your mother." She drew back a little and looked at me. Then, with sweet confidence, she laid her cheek against mine, and I folded her to the heart that had been so long desolated. She was the first to speak. Raising her head, she said unquestioningly, "You really are my mother." I told her I really was, that during the long time she had not seen me, I had loved her most tenderly, and that now she was going away, I wanted to see her and talk with her, that she might remember me. With a sob in her voice, she said, "I'm glad you have come to see me, but why didn't you come over before? Benny and I wanted to so much to see you. He remembers you, and sometimes he tells me about you. Why didn't you come home when Dr. Flink went to bring you? I answered I couldn't come before there, but now that I'm with you, tell me whether you like to go now. I don't know, she said, crying. Grandmother said I ought not to cry, that I'm going to a good place where I can learn to read and write, and that by and by I can write her later. But I shan't have Benny, or grandmother and Uncle Phillips, or anyone to love me again. Can't you go with me? Oh, do you go there, mother? I told her I couldn't go now, but sometime I will come to her, and then she and Benny, we will live together and have happy times. She wanted to run and bring Benny to see me now. I told her he was going to the north before long with Uncle Philip, and then I will come to see him before he went away. I asked if she could like to have me stay all night and sleep with her. Oh yes, she replied. Then turning to her uncle, she said pleadingly, may I stay, please, uncle? She is my own mother. He laid his hand on her head and said solemnly, Ellen, this is the secret you have promised grandmother never to tell. If you ever speak of it to anybody, they will never let you see your grandmother again, and your mother can never come to Brooklyn. Uncle, she replied, I will never tell. He told her she might stay with him, and when he had gone, I took her in my arms and told her I was a slave, and that was the reason she must never say she had seen me. I exhorted her to be a good child, to try to please the people where she was going, and that God will raise her offspring. I told her to stay her to pray and remember always to pray for her poor mother, and that God will permit us to meet again. She wept, and I did not check her tears. Perhaps she will never gain any chance to pour her tears into a mother's bosom. All night she nestled in my arm, and I had no inclination to slumber. The moments were too precious to lose any of them. Once, when I thought she was asleep, I kissed her forehead softly and said, I'm not asleep, dear mother. Before dawn, they came to take me back to my den. I drew aside to the window curtain to take a last look of my child. The moonlight shone on her face, and I bent over her, as I had done years before. That rich night when I ran away, a huge are close to my throbbing heart and tears, too sad for such young girls to shed. Flowed down her chest as she gave her last kiss and whispered in my ear, Mother, I will never tell. And she never did. When I got back to my den, I drew myself on the bed and wept there alone in the darkness. It seemed as if my heart would burst. When the time for Ellen's departure drew nigh, I could hear neighbors and friends saying to her, Goodbye, Ellen. I hope your poor mother will find you out. Won't you be glad to see her? She replied, Yes, ma. And a little dream of weighty secret that might down her heart. She was an affectionate child, but naturally very reserved, except with those she loved, and I felt secure that my scale would be safe with her. I had the gate closed after her, with such feeling as only a slave mother can experience. During the day, my meditations were very sad. Sometimes I felt I have been very selfish not to give all claim to her and let her go to Elias to be adopted by Mrs. Sand's sister. It was my experience of slavery that decided me against it. I feared that circumstances might arise will cause her to be sent back. I felt confident that I should go to New York myself, and then I should be able to watch over her and in some degree protect her. Dr. Flynn's family knew nothing of the proposed arrangement till after Eileen was gone, and the news disbelieved them greatly. Mr. Flynn called on Mr. Sand's sister to inquire into the matter. She expressed her opinion very freely as the respect Mr. Sand showed for his wife and his own children's character. In acknowledging those young niggers, As for sending Ellen away, she pronounced it to be just as soft stealing as it would be for him to come and take a piece of furniture out of her parlor. She said her daughter was not of age to sign the bill of sale, and the children were her property. And when she became of age or was married, she would take them wherever she could lay hands on them. Miss Emily Flint, the little girl to whom I had been bequeathed, was now in her 16th year. Her mother considered it all right and honorable for her or her future husband to steal my children, but she did not understand how anybody could hold up their head in respectable society after they had purchased their own children. As Mr. San had done, Dr. Dean Flint said very little. Perhaps he thought that Benny would be less likely to be sent away if he kept quiet. One of my letters that fell into his hand was dated from Canada, and he seldom spoke of me now. This state of things enabled me to slip down into the storeroom more frequently, where I could stand upright and move my limbs more freely. Days, weeks, and months passed, and still came no news of Ellen. I sent a letter to Brooklyn, written in my grandmother's name, to inquire whether she had arrived there. Answer was returned that she had not. I wrote to her in Washington, but no notice was taken of it. There was one person there who ought to have had some sympathy with the anxiety of the child friend at home, but the links of such relation as he had formed with me are easily broken and cast away as rubbish. Yet, how protectingly, persuasively have once talked to the poor helpless slave girl, and how entirely I trusted him. But now suspicion darkened my mind. Was my child dead, or had they deceived me and sold her? If the secret memos of my members of Congress should be published, curious detail would be unfolded. I once saw a letter from a member of Congress to a slave. He was the mother of 6 of children. He wrote to request that she would send her children away from the great house before his return, as he expected to be accompanied by friend. The woman could not read and was obliged to employ another read to the letter. The existence of the colored children did not trouble this gentleman. It was only the fear that friend might recognize in the future a resemblance to him. At the end of 6 months, a letter came to my grandmother from Brooklyn. It was written by a young lady in the family and announced that Ellen had just arrived. It contained the following message from her. I do try to do just as you told me to, and I pray for you every night and morning. I understood that these words were meant for me, and they were a balsam to my heart. The writer closed her letter by saying, Ellen is a nice little girl, and we shall like to have her with us. My cousin, Mr. San, has given her to me to be my little waiting mate. I shall send her to school and hope someday she will write to you herself. This letter replayed and troubled me. Had my child father merely placed her there till she was old enough to support herself, or had he given her to his cousin as a piece of property? If the last idea was correct, his cousin might return to the south at any time and hold Ellen as a slave. I tried to put away from me the painful thought that such a foul wrong could have been done to us. I said to myself, surely there must be some justice in a man. And then I remember with a sigh how slavery perverted all the natural feelings of human heart. It gave me a pang to look on my light-hearted boy. He believed himself free, and he had brought under the yoke of slavery would be more than I could bear. How I longed to have him safely out of the reach of its powers. Aunt Nancy. I've mentioned my great-aunt who was a slave in Dr. Flint's family and who had been my refuge during the shameful persecutions. I suffered from him. This Anne had been married at 20 years of age. That is, after her first slaves can marry. She had the consent of her masters and mistress and performed the ceremony, but it was a mere form without any legal value. Her master or mistress could annul it any day they pleased. She had always slept on the floor in the entry near Mrs. Flint's chamber door, that she might be within call. When she was married, she was told she might have the use of small room in an outhouse. Her mother and her husband furnished it. He was a suffering man and was allowed to sleep there when he was at home. But on the wedding evening, the bride was ordered to her all post on the entry floor. Mrs. Flint at the time had no children, but she was expected to be a mother. And if she should want a drink of water in the night, what could she do without her slave to bring it? So my aunt was compelled to lie at her door until one midnight she forced to leave. She gave a premature birth to a child. In a fortnight, she was required to resume her place on the entry floor because Mrs. Flint's bed needed her attentions. She kept her station there through summer and winter until she had given premature birth to 6 children, and all the while she was employed as night nurse to Mrs. Flint's children, finally toiling all day and being deprived of rest at night, completely broke down her constitution. And Dr. Flint declared it was impossible she could ever become the mother of a living child. The fear of losing so vulnerable servant by death now induced them to allow her to sleep in her little room in the old house, except when there was sickness in the family. She afterward had 2 feeble babes, of the whom died in a few days, and the other in 4 weeks. I will remember her patient sorrow as she held the last dead baby in her arms. I wish it could have lived, she said. It is not the will of God that any one of my children should live, but I will try to be fit to meet their little spirits in the heaven. And Nancy was housekeeper and waiting maid in the Dr. Flint's family, and indeed she was the factotum of the household. Nothing went on without her, as she was my mother's twin sister. And as far as in power, she supplied a mother place to all orphans. I slept with her all the time I lived in my old master's house, and the bond between us was very strong. When my friends tried to discourage me from running away, she always encouraged me. When they thought I had better return to ask my mother's pardon, because there was no possibility of escape, she sent me words never to yell. She said if I persevere, I might perhaps gain the freedom of my children, and even if I perish in doing it, that was better than to leave them to groan under the same persecutions that had blighted my own life. After I was shut up in my dark cell, she stole away whenever she could to bring me the news and say something cheering. How often did I kneel down to listen to her word of consolation, whispered through a crack. I am old, and I have not long to live, she used to say, and I could die happy if I could only see you and the children free. You must pray to God, Linda, as I do for you. That will lead you out of this darkness. I would beg for her not to worry herself on my account, and that there was an end of all suffering sooner or later, and that whether I live in chains or in freedom, I should always remember her as the good friend who had been the comfort of my life. A word from her always straightened me, and not only me, the whole family relied upon her judgment and were guided by her advice. I had relied upon her judgment and were guided by her advice. I had been in my cell 6 years when my grandmother was summoned to the bedside of this, her last remaining daughter. She was very ill, and they say she would die. grandmother had not entered Dr. Flynn's house for several years. They had treated her cruelly, but she thought nothing of that now. She was grateful for permission to watch by the deathbed of her children. They had always been devoted to each other, and now they sat looking into each other's eyes, longing to speak of the secret they had weighed so much on the hearts of both. My heart had been stricken with paralysis. My aunt had been striking with paralysis. She lived but 2 days, and the last day she was speechless. Before she lost the power of utterance, she told her mother not to grieve if she could not speak to her, that she would try to hold up her hand to let her know that all was well with her. Even the hard-hearted doctor was a little softened when he saw the dying woman try to smile on the aged mother who was kneeling by her side. His eyes moistened for a moment as he said she had always been a faithful servant and they should never be able to supply her place. Mrs. Flynn took her bed, quite overcome by shock, while my grandmother sat along with the dead. The doctor came in leading his youngest son. He had always been a great pet with Aunt Nancy and was much attached to her. Martha said the Aunt Nancy loved this child, and when he came across where you were, I hope you will be kind to him for her sake. She replied, your wife was my foster child, Dr. Flynn, the foster sister of my poor Nancy, and you little know me if you think I can feel anything but goodwill for her children. I wish the past could be forgotten, and that we might never think of it, said he, and that Linda could come to supply her aunt's place. She would be worth more to us than all the money that could be paid for her. I wish it for your sake also, Martha. And now that Nancy is taken away from you, she could be a great comfort to you, to your old age. He knew he was touching a tender chord, almost choking with grief. My grandmother replied, it was not that I drove Linda away. My grandchildren are gone, and of 9 children, only 1 is left. God help me. To me, the death of this kind relatives was an impressible sorrow. I knew that she had been slowly murdered, and I felt that my troubles has happened to finish the work. After I heard of her illness, I listened constantly to her, to hear what news was brought from the great house, and the thought that I could not go to her made me utterly miserable. At last, as Uncle Phyllis came into the house, I heard someone inquire, how is she? And he answered, she is dead. My little Sam seemed whirling round, and I knew nothing more till I opened my eyes and found Uncle Phyllis bending over me. I had no need to ask any question. He whispered, Linda, she died happy. He could not weep my fixed guest trouble. Don't look so, he said. Don't add my poor mother's trouble. Remember how much she had to bear, and that we ought to do all we can do to comfort her. Ah, yes, that blessed old grandma who for 73 years had borne the pelting storm of a slave's mother's life. She did indeed need consultation. Mrs. Flink had rendered her poor foster sister childless, apparently without compunction, and with cruel selfishness had ruined her health by years of innocence, enrooted soil and broken rest. But now she became very sentimental. I suppose she thought it would be a beautiful illustration of attachment existing between slaveholder and slave. If the body of her old worn-out servant was buried at her feet, she sent for the clergyman and asked if he had any objection to bury Aunt Nancy in the doctor's family burial place. No colored person had ever been allowed interment in the white people's burying ground, and the minister knew that all the deceased of your family reposed together in the old graveyard of the slaves. He therefore replied, I have no objection to complying with your wish, but perhaps Aunt Nancy's mother may have some choice as to where her remains shall be deposited. It had never occurred to Mrs. Fling that slaves could have any feelings when my grandmother was consulted. She at once said she wanted Nancy to lie with her all the rest of her family, and where her own old body will be buried. Mrs. Fling graciously complied with her wish, though she said it was painful to her to give Nancy buried away from her. She might have died with touching pathos. I was so long used to sleep with her lying near me on the floor and the entry floor. My uncle Philip asked permission to bury his sister at his own expense, and slaveholders are always ready to grant such favors to slaves and their relatives. The arrangements were very plain but perfectly respectable. She was buried on the Sabbath, and Mrs. Flink ministered the funeral service. There was a large concourse of colored people, bond and free, and a few white persons who had always been friendly to our family. Dr. Flynn's carriage was in the procession, and when the body was deposited in its humble resting place, the ministress dropped a tear and returned to her carriage, probably thinking she had performed her duty nobly. It was talked of by the slave as a mighty grant for funeral. Northern travelers passing through the place might have described this tribute of respect to the humble dead as a beautiful feature in the patriarchal institution, a token of proof of attachment between slaveholder and their servants, and tender-hearted Mr. Flynn could have confirmed this impression with handkerchief at her eyes. We could have told them a different story. We could have given them a chapter of wrongs and suffering that would have touched their hearts if they had any heart to feel for the colored people. We could have told them how the post-old slave mother had toiled year after year to earn $800 to buy her son Philip's right to his own earning, and how that same Philip paid the expenses of the funeral, which they regarded as doing so much credit to the master. We could also have told them a poor, blighting young creature shut up in a living grave for years to avoid the tortures that would be inflicted on her if she ventured to come out and look on her face as she departed. All this and much more I thought of as I sat at my loophole, waiting for my family to return from the grave, sometimes weeping, sometimes falling asleep, dreaming strange dreams of the dead and living. It was sad to witness the grave of my bereaved grandmother. She had always been strong to bear, and now, as ever, religious faith supported her, but her dark life had become still darker, and age and trouble were leaving deep traces on her rich faces. She had 4 places to knock for me to come to the trap door, and each place has a different meaning. She's now softer than she had done, and talked to me of her dead daughter, where tears streaked slowly down her furrowed cheeks. I said all I could do to comfort her, but it was sad a reflection that instead of being able to help her, I was a constant source of anxiety and trouble. The poor old back was fitted to its burden. It burned under it, but did not break. Preparation for escape. It hardly expects that the reader will credit me when I affirm that I live in the little dismal hole, almost deprived of light and air, and with no space to move my limbs, for nearly 7 years, but it is in fact, and to me, a sad one. Even now, for my body still suffers from the effects of that long imprisonment, and to say nothing of my soul. Members of my family now living in New York and Boston can testify the truth of what I say. Countless were the nights that I sat at the little loophole scarcely large enough to give me a glimpse of one twinkling star. There had the postal of slave hunters conferring together about the capture of runways, well knowing how rejoiced they could be catched to me. Season after season, year after year, I peep at my children's face. I heard their sweet voices with my heart yearning all the while to say, "Your mother is here." Sometimes it appeared to me as if age had rolled away since I entered upon that gloomy, monotonous existence. At times I was stupefied and restless. At the other times I became very impatient to know when these dark years will end, and I should again be allowed to feel the sunrise and breathe in the poor air. After Eileen left us, this feeling increased. Mr. San had agreed that Benny might go to the north whenever his uncle Phyllis could go with him, and I was anxious to be there also, to watch over my children and protect them so far as I was able. Moreover, I was likely to be drawn out of my den if I remained much longer, for the slight roof was getting badly out of repair, and Uncle Phyllis was afraid to remove the singles less some of to glimpse of me. When storms occurred in the night of their spread mats and bite of carpet, which is in the morning appeared to have been laid out of dry, but to cover the roof in the daytime, I might have attracted attention. Consequently, my clothes and bedding were often drenched, a process by which the pains and itches in my cramped and stiffened limbs were greatly increased. I revolved varied plans of escape in my mind, which I sometimes imparted to my grandmother when she came to whisper with me at the trap door. The kind-hearted old woman had an intense sympathy for runaways. She had known too much of the cruelties inflicted on those who were captured. Her memory always flew back to once to the sufferings of her bright and handsome son Benjamin, the youngest and dearest of her flock. So whenever I alluded to the subject, she would groan out, "Oh, don't think of it, child. It will break my heart." I had no good old Aunt Nancy now to encourage me, but my brother William and my children were continually beckoning me to the north. And now I must go back a few months in my story. I've stated that the first of my journey was time for selling slaves or leasing them out of the new masters. If time were counted by my heartthrobs, the poor slaves might recount years after suffering during that festival, so dears to the free. On the first, on the New Year's Day preceding my aunt's death, one of my friends named Fancy was to be sold at auction to pay her master's debt. My thoughts were with her during all the day, and at night I anxiously inquired that being her fate, I was told that she must have been sold to one master and her four little girls to another master for distance, that she had escaped from her purchaser and was not to be found. Her mother was the old age I have spoken of. She lived in a small tenement belonging to my grandmother and built on the same lot with her own house. Her dwelling was charged and matched, and that brought the pastor so near to me that I was obliged to keep very close in my den. The hunters were somehow eluded, and not long afterward, Benny accidentally caught sight of Fancy in her mother's hut. He told his grandmother, who charged him never to speak of it, explaining to him the frightful consequence, and he never betrayed the trust. Aged little dreamt that my grandmother knew where her daughter was concealed, and that the stopping from her old neighbor was bending under a similar burden of anxiety and fear. But this dangerous secret deepened the sympathy between the two all-pesculated mother. My friend Fancy and I remained many weeks hidden within a wall of each other, but she was unconscious of the fact I belonged to have her share my den. It seemed more sacred traits than her own, But I had brought so much trouble on my grandmother that seems wrong to ask her to incur greater risks. My restlessness increased, and as I lived too long in body pain and anguish of spirit. Always I was in debt that some accident or some contrived slavery will succeed in snatching my children from me. This thought drove me nearly frantic, and I determined to stare for the North Star at all hazards. At this crisis, Providence opened an unexpected way for me. Your day has come, Linda, said he. I have found a chance for you to go to Free State. You have a fortnight to decide. The news seemed too good to be true, but Peter explained his arrangements and told me all that was necessary was for me to say I would go. I was going to answer him with a joyful yes when the thought of Benny came to my mind. I told him the temptation was exceeding strong, but I was terribly afraid of Dr. Flink's hellish power over my child, and that I could not go and leave him behind. Peter remonstrated earnestly. He says in such a good chance might never occurred again, that Benny was free and could be sent to me, and that for the sake of my children's welfare, I ought not to hesitate a moment to say yes. I told him I could consult with Uncle Phillips. My uncle rejoiced in the plan and bade me go to go. He promised if his life was spared, he will either bring or send my son to me as soon as I reach a place of safety. I resolved to go, but thought nothing had better be said to my grandmother till very near the time of departure. But my uncle thought she should feel it more keenly if I left her suddenly. I'll reason with her, said he, and convince her how necessary it is, not only for your sake, but for hers also. You cannot be blind at the fact that she is sinking under her burdens. I was not blind to it. I knew that my concealment was an ever-present source of anxiety, and that the older she grew, the more nervous fear she was of discovery. My uncle talked with her and finally succeeded in persuading her that it was absolutely necessary for me to seize the chance so unexpectedly offered. The anticipation of being a free woman proved almost too much for me by weak frame. The excitement stimulated me and at the same time bewildered me. I made busy preparation for my journey and for my son to follow me. I resolved to have an interview with him before I went, that I might give him cautious and advice and tell him how anxious I should be waiting for him at the north. Grandmother stole up to me as often as possible to whisper a word of counsel. She insisted upon writing to Dr. Flint as soon as I arrived in the Free State and asking him to send me to her. She said she would sacrifice her house and all she had in the world for the sake of giving me safe with my children in any part of the world. If she could only live to know that she could die in peace, I promised the dear old faithful friend that I would write to her as soon as I arrived and put the letter in a safe way to reach her. But in my own mind, I resolved that not another cent of her yard's earning should be spent to pay rapacious slaveholders for what they call their property. And even if I had not been unwilling to buy what I already a right to possess, common humanity could have prevented me from accepting the generous offer at the expense of turning my aged relative out of house and home when she was trembling on the brink of the graveyard. I was to escape in vessel, but I forbear to mention any further particulars. I was in readiness, but the vessel was unexpectedly detained several days. Meantime, news came to dawn of most horrible murder committed on a fugitive slave named James Charity. The murder of his unfortunate young man had been an old acquaintance of ours. I've told the shocking particular of his death in my description of some of the neighboring slaveholders. My grandmother, always nervously sensitive about runaways, was terribly frightened. She felt sure that a similar fate awaited me if I did not desist from my enterprise. She sobbed and groaned and entreated me not to go. Her excessive fear was somewhat contagious, and my heart was not proof against her extreme agony. I was grievously disappointed, but I promised to relinquish my project. When my friend Peter was apprised of this, he was both disappointed